Hallo. Good morning, everybody. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a good weekend. Welcome to the Monday stream. All right, that's enough treats. All right, how was everyone's weekend? Mine was good, but it was also decently stressful because I was testing for nationals basically the entire weekend. But it's been good. It's been good practice. Josh will play Malice at Nationals. I am considering it. It is an option, but I like from my testing, genuinely, I felt like it was not better than Mitsurugi. That's how I feel at the moment. Like I was considering Malice because everyone was starting to play Droll and Lockbird, and Malice is like one of the better combo decks into Droll and Lockbird. But I just think the deck has too many other weaknesses. Genuinely, it's a powerful deck. We'll talk about that more later. But I just don't like the lose conditions it has. Okay, let's get started. Uh, we cannot really do a card guesser with Charlie here because I can't really reach my keyboard properly. But that's okay. That is okay. Malice seems to just get murdered if people prep for it. It's a little bit of that, but it's also just like Malice is good, but I feel like it suffers from like what's the word for it? I don't know what the word for it is, but basically I think do the earlier or later thing? Yeah, we can do that. Hold up. Mini games, higher or lower. And GD Slayer, thank you for that. And also everyone else, appreciate you for the subs, of course, the early subs. Everyone, welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate all of you guys. No, it's crunchy again. Why is it crunchy? Okay, let me try. I tried fixing it. I reset it. I don't know what the problem is. What is it? Okay. Alert box properties. That one was fine, right? Well, we'll see. That's later. What were we talking about before I got distracted? Oh yeah, Malice. Oh, when is Celine? Earlier, right? Oh, that was close. I think Malice is still strong, but I think it is just people. It's more expensive than Mitsurugi, and I think it is just slightly worse than Mitsurugi. We have lost. Draining Shield is very old, but so is 2004. I think it's even earlier. Blue Cat, Solo Hat Trick is very recent. This thing I have no idea. Magical Broker. Okay, did not have any idea. This seems old. Yeah. Reaper of Prophecy is probably close to the year of this. It's probably 2012 or 13. This one's actually not easy. I think it's slightly earlier than Vain Betrayer. Yeah. Stardust on. Unfortunate. I did not know when Dust-Ons came out. Ooh, Blink Out. Nice, good round. Jesus Christ. Chicken Game is later. This is very old. This is the one. I can feel it. I can feel it. This is the one. It was not the one. I lied. This is the one. Oh, man. Okay. I give up. I give up. None of these is the one. Let's do this one. This one I can do, even with limited reach to my keyboard. Jesus Christ, it's a vanilla. High level vanilla. What about Gyakuten Megami? Level 5. Oh my god. Okay, what about this? There's an Angel of Doom or something. Doom. I think that's a level 5. Which one is it? Not Harvest Angel of Doom. It's not a dark. Oh, is that a dark? Okay, what's a level 5 normal monster from 2002 that is not light or dark? What is the stat? I didn't even look at the stats. Low attack. Oh. Wait. Sandstone. Ooh, is that the rock thingy? Yeah. That was not it. Which is crazy, because that was a good guess. It is not a earth. And the attack is 1400. And the defense is like 7. It could also be 1350 or something. I feel like there is a vanilla with 1350. Like a water thingy. There's like a water giant turtle. Not the giant turtle who feeds on flames again. Oh my god, this card is hot. This card is chasing me in Card Guesser as well. All right. Well, a little bit of a unusual warm-up for today, but I don't regret any of it because Charlie was with me for it. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hope you all had a good weekend. Assemble to the Monday stream. My weekend was pretty busy because I was basically testing for TCG Nationals the entire weekend. So I haven't been spending too much time on like preparing content for this week and stuff like that. But I do think today is still going to be. I think we're going to be fine. I think there's some stuff to do. I also played some Master Duel, actually. We're going to talk about that in a second as well. Because I have hit Master 1. Because I've just been enjoying Master Duel recently with Fiendsmith control. I've just been playing, dude. I've just been playing sometimes. All right. So, first things first, we're going to talk about some news. Some things that were announced over the course of the last couple of days. There's not that much, but there is some stuff. So why don't we get that out of the way first? The first thing I want to mention is the World Championship Limited Pack for this year, which I believe is a new thing that they've been introducing, or they introduced for this week, for this year. Which I actually think is quite cool. We don't know all that much about it yet, but what we do know so far, I think, is quite cool. Because this is a booster pack, if I'm getting this correctly. It's a booster pack that you can buy from your OTS store that goes on sale August 30th, which is the, I believe, the same date as the World Championship is happening. So essentially a pack that comes out on the weekend of the World Championship and is featuring some, well, we don't know all that much about it yet, but it's featuring some special rarity cards as well, which I think is quite cool. Some of you might remember that we looked at this one already, right? The promo cards that people will be able to receive at the World Championship. It is a French Breaker, the Magical Warrior, and a French Mirror Force. And especially the Breaker over here looks like it has a very special rarity to it. You know, they both have the World Championship logo on it, but the Breaker has like around the card, like the image, it has like this very special box, and it also looks like it has a very special background that normal Breaker doesn't really have. Which is, I think it's pretty cool. I think it looks pretty sick, and I think it is a very cool touch to like people that attend the World Championship get this like memorabilia that they can bring back home with them. And I mean, it might also just be worth a pretty penny if you're not like intending to keep it. But I think it's pretty cool that there is something that also people can get that are not able to attend the World Championship, right? Because this is exclusive to the people that are spectating the World Championship, which you have to be lucky, right? It's a I think it's a raffle to get your ticket to be able to spectate Worlds. So not everyone in the Yu-Gi-Oh community is going to be able to do that. So I do think it's a very nice touch to give these, even though this is not the Breaker, right? This is Exodia, for example, in this rarity, but to have some sort of like ability to obtain a card in that rarity as well, I think is cool. Whether you like the rarity or not, I think is, I mean, obviously, as with most Yu-Gi-Oh rarities, it is highly subjective, of course. Some people will like it, some people won't. But I think the ability for people to get these cards, if you're not able to attend the World Championship, I think is quite cool. I guess the only question that's left is which cards are going to be in the pack? Because if I'm reading this right, the only card we know so far is Exodia, the Forbidden One. And you might think they will just throw in a bunch of like boomer classic Yu-Gi-Oh cards, which are really not that great. But it does say this pack features popular tournament cards that have been in the metagame since September 2024 and includes a brand new artwork of Exodia, the Forbidden One, inspired by the region the event is being held in, France. So this reads to me as in the rest of the cards in the pack are actually just going to be reprints, right? So like it looks like the Exodia with this border is like the one special rarity card in the pack, but it seems like the rest of it is just going to be reprints of metagame relevant cards since September 2024, right? So there is a chance that there's going to be some relevant stuff in here with actually good reprints. I don't know. Will they be viable for OCG and TCG then? I mean, I would assume that the OCG, like, I mean, in Japan, they sell these, the cards are Japanese depicted here, but I think in the TCG, they will sell them in like English, German, and so on and so forth, like depending on where you live. These, I would assume that these cards are printed in different languages. So the thing is, the set total is only 20 cards. It is only 20 cards total, 20 plus 1. The plus 1 is probably the Exodia, and then there's going to be like 20 cards that are meta relevant since September 2024. Now, I believe this probably refers to the metagame since September 2024 in the OCG, which is, I'm not sure which kind of cards that mean. It doesn't specifically say released since 2024, right? It says just cards that have been in the metagame since September. I don't know exactly what this means. But I mean, there's a chance that there's just good reprints in this, right? Which I believe would be pretty cool. But yeah, that is all the info we have so far on this pack. It obviously releases in about 3 months when the World Championship happens. And yeah, I mean, so far I think it looks cool. I think it's a neat way to have people celebrate the World Championship even if you're not able to get a spectate pass, right? Of course, the spectator pass is cool, but not everyone is going to be able to do that. Basically, everyone is going to be able to go to like locals on the weekend of Worlds and maybe celebrate alongside with like a couple of these packs, which I think is a cool idea. Yeah. Oh wait, there is more news on what's in there. Hold up. Thank you for linking me that. World Championship Season Limited Pack. Example of potential cards. Wait, potential cards? WCS 2025 Limited Pack celebrates this past year of tournaments, showcasing some of the themes to make an impact across all the events that have paved the road to WCS 2025. We've witnessed the reign of Yubel, Water vs. Fire, Sinful Spoil's Story, Return of Blue Eyes, and so much more. This set includes 20 cards available as ultra rare and secret rare. All 20 cards will also be available with the World Championship logo emblazoned on their text box. The complete WCS 2025 Limited Pack booster set contains 21 cards. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if these 5 cards are confirmed for the pack. Of course, Yubel, Firestorm over Atlantis, Dia Bellstar, and Blue Eyes White Dragon would not be the best reprints, to be honest. If that is actually what's in there. If it's all these kind of cards that are like, I mean, of course, except for Firestorm over Atlantis, these cards are playable right now. Like Yubel, Dia Bellstar, and Blue Eyes have been viable cards over the last year. But they are not chase cards anymore, right? So that would make it a little bit weird. But I don't know, maybe their philosophy with this pack is also not about creating chase cards or insane reprints or whatever, but rather like maybe it's more about like just, you know, celebrating the most iconic cards of the last year, which I guess would make sense on the one hand. On the other hand, of course, it would make the pack like kind of worse to open unless you're like, I mean, if you're playing one of those decks and you want to like foil out in this special rarity one of these cards, then I guess it's still cool. For now, even if these cards are in here, that is only 4 out of the 20. So I'm just gonna, you know, because they could, if they want to go for cards that have shaped up the metagame, they could also decide to like include the Charmies, for example. Maybe that's very wishful thinking. It might very well be that that's very wishful thinking. But if you're looking at like relevant cards that came out in 2024 for the most part, and impacted the metagame. You know, like you could potentially maybe imagine a world in which Charmies and or Dominus cards might be in this pack, which would obviously make it a banger pack, but it might not be happening. They might be saving those for other reprint sets later on in the year. Just, I don't know, throwing that out there. But who knows? Who knows what they're going to do with this pack? We're just going to wait and see. The other news that I found this morning that has been published relatively, I mean, today actually, is that there's going to be a new structure deck, at least in the OCG. Whether and when that's going to make it over to the TCG remains to be seen. But, I mean, we're going to get these cards one way or another. Either they're just going to make a structure deck for us, or they're going to include it in other products somehow. But it is Synchro support. Structure deck Power of Fellow is a pre-constructed structure deck centered around synchro summoning like the protagonist of 5Ds. This deck contains 8 new cards. 5 of those 8 new cards are included in the Light of Gathering Stars pack as a super rare or higher foils. So I don't know if this is normal for the OCG. Someone in chat might be able to tell me, but this seems to combine a pre-constructed deck, and then you get a little bit of a booster pack on top of it. Kind of like the Blue Eye structure had like a little pack with it where you could get one of the cards in a secret rare. This one is a pre-constructed deck with 50 cards, 1 ultra rare, 7 parallel rares, and then you get a pack on top which has only a pool of 8 different cards, really, and then there's 5 cards per pack. So you're getting most of the cards in, you know, at this point, maybe it's just me, but at this point, if it's 8 different cards total and you're doing 5 cards per pack, you might as well just throw in every card in every pack. Like, why? There's a pool of 8 cards and you're getting 5 of them. Okay, but yeah. So I suppose that means if you buy like 2 or 3 structure decks, you're likely to get all the cards that you want anyways. But yeah. Synchro support is the bigger news here, I suppose. I don't know when we're gonna get this. The OCG gets it in 3.5 months. But synchro support in some way, shape, or form, you know, probably Stardust or Junk oriented. If you're thinking Yusei, right? Yusei had Stardust, right? I'm not tripping. So yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? We already got the Red Dragon Archfiend support, and now they're doing some Yusei support as well. I think it could potentially be interesting. I mean, Synchro is still a relevant mechanic, you know, with the right support. Something like Junk Speeder is still a very, very strong Yu-Gi-Oh card. If they give the deck like more consistent ways to maybe make Junk Speeder and then maybe protect it, or a maybe another route for the deck that like makes it so that you can still make Junk Speeder, but you're not completely like you don't lose automatically if your Junk Speeder gets stopped, for example. Maybe that's kind of what the Stardust or Junk stuff would be looking for. Anyways, we're gonna follow this closely. We're gonna see as soon as the cards are released. We're gonna take a look at them, but for now they have only announced the product, not the actual card effects. So yeah. All right. This is the retrain of the 2015 Synchro structure deck. Yeah, maybe. I mean, retrain. Yeah. I mean, Synchro is. I think Synchro is a beloved mechanic. Personally, I like Synchros a lot. I think a lot of people like Synchros. It's pretty cool. So I think this could potentially be a cool product if the support goes in the right direction. Of course, the Synchron deck exactly is maybe not everyone's like favorite way to synchro summon or play against the Synchro deck, because it's very combo heavy and basically like a pseudo FTK style deck. I think, at least when I say I like Synchros, I speak more about like Synchros in like more mid-rangey strategies, like, I don't know, Centurion as an example, just arbitrary, or like making Synchros in decks that, you know, like not necessarily decks that are completely focused on Synchros, but like making a Synchro here and there in another deck can be quite fun. Or yeah, like early days White Forest, right? Like not current White Forest, but early days White Forest. But yeah. All right. So, like I said earlier, I did spend most of my weekend testing for TCG Nationals because I'm going to be playing the French Nationals this year, and that's coming up in like less than 2 weeks at this point. So I want to talk about that a little bit because we had, of course, TCG action happening over the course of the weekend. And I want to talk about just the format and the situation just a little bit before we hop into some Master Duel later as well. And we play some rated duels and see how high we can climb because we are in Master 1. So I want to start us off with something that made me very happy over the course of the weekend, which is, of course, the fact that you cannot spell malice without L, because at the Greek Nationals, which I believe we can check in a second, but I haven't heard of another Nationals this weekend in Europe. I don't know if there were more Nationals in Europe than the Greek Nationals, but Greek Nationals, 260 players, no malice in top 16. Mitsurugi domination in all forms. Shout outs to Lampy here for always giving us these updates very, very quickly. And then we can hop on over to yugioh Pro Deck for the nice little breakdown here. Top 16 for Greek Nationals had, in fact, 0 malice, 8 Mitsurugi decks in different variations. The 8 Mitsurugi decks divided into 3 pure Mitsurugis, 3 Ryziel Mitsurugis, 1 Fiendsmith Mitsurugi, and then 1 that apparently played Fiendsmith and Ryziel and Mitsurugi. So like basically splitting into a couple of different categories here with the Mitsurugi deck, but the Mitsurugi engine as a whole dominating this particular tournament. Now, of course, before we jump to too many crazy conclusions about any of this, I do want to put it out there that this is just one tournament among a lot of others that have happened over the last couple of weeks, and Malice has won national championships, even in Europe. It's been a deck. It's been doing okay in other tournaments. This does not mean Malice is completely dead or anything like that, as much as I would love for it to be that way. And I can say from my personal testing, over the course of the weekend, I think Malice is still a force to be reckoned with. I tested against Malice for hours over the course of the weekend, and it's been difficult depending on what deck I was playing and what kind of non-engine I was using, and so on and so forth. Malice is still a deck that if it's piloted by someone who knows what they're doing and how to maneuver around like the more common hand traps in the format, especially like Nibiru and stuff like that. That was a very deciding factor for me when I was playing against Malice. Like, how well was my opponent able to like maneuver around Nibiru? Because I feel like if they know what they're doing, they can maneuver around Nibiru quite well. And I mean, I think that's just a very important factor at the moment because Nibiru seems to be very popular in a lot of different decks. But I think the other, I mean, I think in general, as much as I love talking about whenever Malice is not successful, I think the bigger story to talk about is just the success of Mitsurugi. I think that's what's worth looking at here, because I also think that is a large reason as to why people are moving away from Malice a little bit, maybe. And there's still people playing Malice, of course, but I think it's just also due to representation. And I can say the same thing from testing over the last couple of days. I play against a lot more Mitsurugi than I play against Malice. Like, I actually had to go and find someone specifically and tell them, like, hey, can you play Malice against me? Because in my testing, I don't find a lot of Malice players. Like, if I just go out there, there's not that many people that actually play Malice at the moment, I feel like. So, like, the representation for Malice is going down a little bit, which I think is something that's worth taking a look at, because I think the reason for that is quite frankly, like, I think it's twofold. I think it's twofold because on the one hand, I think Mitsurugi is just a deck that is very powerful, and that is something that happens a lot in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like, if a deck is slightly better than another deck, a disproportionate amount of people will gravitate towards that deck, right? So what this means is, even if the perfect example for this was last year, like the format around the time of the European Championship, when basically Snake Eyes Fiendsmith and Yubel Fiendsmith were both basically at full power. So Snake Eye Fiendsmith outperformed Yubel by a lot, and a lot more people played Snake Eye Fiendsmith. Even though Yubel was still a crazy deck, like we all know how good full power Yubel became right after Snake Eyes was hit on the ban list last year, right? It was just a matter of Snake Eye being slightly better than Yubel, so most people obviously went with the better option, right? And I think this is kind of what's happening right now, but this is not the only reason, because that would not explain like the performance of all these other decks over Malice as well, right? You know, like there's Ryziel here in Top Cut, there's Memento, there's even Brandeds, there's White Force, there's Mermail, there's Odeon deck, there's Centurion. I mean, this is just this one tournament, but like I feel like this is a story of this format so far, is like a lot of tournaments have like large Mitsurugi portion in Top Cut, also large Malice portion in Top Cut for a lot of them, but then there is still always this like bracket of super diverse, you can kind of play whatever, because Malice and Mitsurugi are strong decks, but they are beatable with the right non-engine, so there is decks that can do that. I think another issue is price point. You know, I think Mitsurugi is just like, especially Ryziel Mitsurugi, actually, because I'm looking at the price point here of the winning deck here, which was actually pure Mitsurugi. The pure Mitsurugi playing Dominance Impulse actually is pretty expensive, but I've seen tournament breakdowns like Ryziel Fiendsmith, Ryziel Mitsurugi compared to Malice is like so much cheaper, because you're playing if you're playing Malice, you have March here in your deck, which is like still probably a $50 card. I haven't checked, but last time I checked it was $50. You play Dominus Impulse in that deck all the time. You probably play some amount of Charmies. It's like a really expensive deck compared to Ryziel Mitsurugi, because the Ryziel engine is actually very affordable now at this point. I think it's like what you need 6 ultra rares from crossover breakers, and I don't even know how much they still are. And then the deck also does not play Dominus Impulse if you're talking Ryziel Mitsurugi. I think that's another factor to consider for sure. So like, not only is it arguably the better deck, but it's also the cheaper deck. So, and also Lancia is still in everyone's side deck, so that's a factor for a lot of people to not consider Malice, I think. But yeah, Pure Mitsurugi is a deck that I've been enjoying personally. It is a deck that I'm definitely considering for French nationals at this point in time, because I think it's very fun, and I think it is not as weak to like Purulia as the Ryziel cards are. But I mean, Ryziel Mitsurugi is also an incredibly powerful deck. Like I've been testing against Ryziel Mitsurugi as well, and it's just like so hard to stop with any sort of hand trap that isn't Droll and Lockbird. So I've been basically, I think the Ryziel Mitsurugi deck is like scarier to play against, but I personally vibe more with the pure Mitsurugi deck. I don't know. I think it's just I just think it's more fun. I like the Mitsurugi playstyle. Like it's like very grindy. Ritual summoning is fun. And the Ryziel Mitsurugi doesn't even play all the rituals in it. Like you play only you play like 3 Habakiri, 1 Murakumo. But I like pure Mitsurugi a lot, and it's very cool to see that the deck is still performing. I was scrolling through other tournaments this morning just to talk about something maybe here. I didn't find much. A lot of these don't have like complete information yet about like what people were playing. I saw that Pack won the New Haven regional with Memento Fiendsmith, which is a deck that I have been also thinking about. I think Memento is a solid pick right now because it plays like the weird thing with Memento, or at least like the good. I think the good thing about Memento is that it's like not super weak into any of the Charmies right now, and it's also not super weak into Droll and Lockbird, which I think from what I'm seeing, those are like the most common hand traps at the moment. Like everyone is on some amount of Charmies, everyone is either maining or side decking Droll, which makes a lot of sense. And Memento, while it's a positive and a negative at the same time, but Memento is like all the Charmies are good against it in a way where like you can use them all. You can also use Droll and Lockbird. They all work. It's not like anything is dead against Memento. They can all use these cards, but none of them stop your turn against an average hand. Like if you have an okay hand with Memento, you can work under those cards completely fine as long as you know what the best lines are to reach the optimal end board in like the least amount of draws for your opponent. So like I think that gives you a lot of agency over it. Like as long as you know what you're doing with Memento, as long as you learn all the lines to like respect the Charmies, to play under Droll and Lockbird, and also like you have to respect Nibiru in some way, shape, or form. As long as you know how to do that with Memento, I think the deck is still very solid. And it is like one of the best decks, I think, to be using Charmies yourself. Because if you Charmy someone with Memento and they don't make a big board, it's like very trivial to just win through that board with a solid hand after you've drawn like 2 cards with Charmies or something. So I do think Memento is a solid pick here if you are familiar with all the lines. It is something that I'm also still considering for Nationals. I think it's like a deck that I kind of want to spend some time on, but yeah, I'm just like leaning towards Mitsurugi at the moment. I also did see that Ryziel Fiendsmith, which is a deck that there's no list here unfortunately, but Ryziel Fiendsmith did get 2nd place at YCS Providence as well. And I've been trying Fiendsmith versions because you know me, I like playing Fiendsmith, but I've just been struggling with playing with the quote-unquote fair hand traps, right? Like the effect veilers, the imperms, whatever, even Ghost Spell, which is solid. But like I had a hard time relying on those with Fiendsmith variations. Maybe the Ryziel cards help you because they increase your ceiling a little bit. I don't know. I've only been doing okay in testing with Fiendsmith variations. It's not like completely out of the question for me, but yeah, I don't know. It's been doing okay, honestly. The Fiendsmith, I think the Fiendsmith engine itself is still pretty good. It's just alone, it's not powerful enough. Maybe the Ryziel cards can help you fix that. Maybe that's the idea. But yeah. So I think that's the state of the TCG at the moment. I think it is more and more shifting towards Mitsurugi, which is something to keep an eye out for. Because I do think, I know I've been saying this over the course of the last couple of weeks. I've been repeating this a little bit. I think the more this trend continues, the more people are considering to move away from Malice and maybe even move away from anti-Malice cards in the side deck, which is something that I can speak from personal experience. I'm asking myself this question. I have Nationals in 2 weeks and I'm wondering, like, how much do I need to worry about Malice, right? How much do I need to dedicate towards Malice? Is it really still appropriate when you're looking at the possibility of something like this being the top cut? Like, is it really appropriate to play like Lancia and Chaos Hunter or Lancia and Meows, like multiple slots in your side deck dedicated towards Malice? Is it worth it? Is it still worth main decking Nibiru when like Ryziel is pretty good into Nibiru, honestly, and the only deck that's like super weak into Nibiru, if you are pairing it with 1 or 2 other hand traps, is Malice. So like maybe it's not worth main decking. This list, for example, here did not main deck Nibiru anymore. It was in the side deck. In this pure Mitsurugi deck. And the problem is like the more people do this sort of thing, the more people start disrespecting Malice. All of a sudden is when the Malice players will start topping again, right? So it's kind of like, it's always like this little curve in TCG formats that go on for a while, which I think it's one of the coolest things about National Season. Because I feel like National Season is one of the longer stretches in Yu-Gi-Oh's like seasons, where it's a long period of time with a lot of tournaments, and you do have movement and development between those tournaments. And I do think there is definitely a point in time during this National Season maybe where you can make that call and be like, everyone is playing Droll because everyone's scared of Mitsurugi. People are losing the respect for Malice because it's like just not showing up that much at the moment. It's not gone. This is just one tournament. In other tournaments, it's still there, but like it's not as popular as people thought it was going to be. before the last set came out, right? Before Alliance Inside, everyone was like Malice tier 0. And it's just arguably just not that, you know? And at some point, I think at some point you're going to start running into people. You're going to start running into people that just don't play Lancia. You're going to start running into people that don't main deck Nibiru. Everyone main decks Droll. And all of a sudden, your Malice matchup is actually quite good because you can play through those hand traps like it's nothing, right? So I think that's something to keep an eye out for. I have been considering that. I will say, I've been considering Malice for Nationals for this reason. At the same time, I tried Malice, and then I was like, the issue I had was like, you still have a hard enough time against the Charmies, I think. And I think we are not at the point yet where people stop playing Lancia and Nibiru, right? I think we might be at the point where you don't run into many Chaos Hunters anymore. I think that doesn't happen as often anymore. I don't see a lot of Chaos Hunter these days. Lancia, I still see almost everywhere in the side deck. Nibiru, I also still see almost everywhere between main and side deck. Because, like, I mean, it's Nibiru. It's not... Nibiru is, like, the least targeted at Malice card that you can play. Like, there's going to be matchups where Nibiru comes in handy, right? Like, it's still a fine card. And the Charmies also hurt you a decent amount. So I think you're always going to have at least some respect for Malice in deck building, because it's not that hard to respect Malice just a little bit, right? Like, take a look at this list as an example that won the Greek Nationals. I think it's done some things to still respect Malice without putting too much emphasis on it. For example, Nibiru and Lancia are in the side deck, not in the main deck. Of course, Lancia wouldn't be in the main deck, but Nibiru is not in the main deck because I think there's respect for Mitsurugi and Ryziel. So we moved those to the side deck. We also are not main decking the Droll, though, so we don't play the super targeted hand traps in the main deck, but we play the Charmies, of course, which are good in most matchups. So there's still, like, ways here to respect Malice without losing complete track of it, right? But you don't see any super targeted hate at Malice anymore, like Chaos Hunter, except for Lancia. Lancia is the one thing that you can always basically do, right? But yeah. I think it's interesting development. I think it is basically continuing the trend over the last couple of weeks. I think it's basically been, we've started with Malice expected to be the best deck by far, and then we've just slowly moved into the direction of, at this point, I actually think Mitsurugi has solidified itself as the best deck in the format, even though it is only, like, there is competition for it. I don't think Mitsurugi is unbeatable or anything like that. I think there is counterplay. Basically, what I've been noticing in my testing is that it's very important to make a call between what you expect more. Do you expect more pure Mitsurugi? Do you expect more Ryziel Mitsurugi? Because Ryziel Mitsurugi is very hard to stop with, like, fair hand traps, because it's just Ryziels, right? Like, it's very hard to catch up with Ryziel with cards like Imperm, Ash, Veiler. Even Dominus Impulse is not that great against the Ryziel cards. So, like, that's the kind of deck where you want to have the Charmies, you want to have Droll and Lockbird, maybe. So, like, those are the kind of cards that are really good against that deck. Which is where the pure Mitsurugi deck, like, kind of shines at playing through some of those cards. Like, this deck is not that weak to the Charmies because you're not trying to do crazy extra deck stuff. Especially against Fuva, this deck is, like, completely fine. And like Perulia also, you're not trying to summon 5 Ryziels from your hand per turn. So against this deck, actually, because it is trying to do less things, the lingering floodgate hand traps are not as good, but the fair hand traps are a lot better. There's more hands in pure Mitsurugi where you just pass to, for example, Ash Blossom on Saji, right? If you don't have the ritual spell in hand or access to a ritual spell, sometimes you just pass to Ash on Saji. There's other hand traps that are very potent against this deck, like Ghost Bell, like Bestials as well. I've been testing pure Mitsurugi against a Malice deck that has been playing some Bestials in it, and that was hard. However, the Bestials don't feel great against the Mitsurugi, the Ryziel version of this deck, because it does the Ryziel stuff first, and then it has Cross, and then your Bestial becomes very hard to use all of a sudden. So it's difficult. It's difficult to maneuver because pure Mitsurugi and Mitsurugi Ryziel are very different decks. They are very, very different decks, and they are weak to very different non-engine. Is one big problem of the current format, basically, for me, when preparing for Nationals. It's not about finding a deck that I like, because there are decks that I like. I like Mitsurugi, I like Fiendsmith, you know, that's stuff, those decks are fine. I like those decks. My problem is more like where I'm at with my non-engine. I think that's going to be difficult for me, because if I'm trying to prepare for Ryziel Mitsurugi, it would be mostly like the you know, Fuvalos, Purulia, Droll, and Lockbird type hand traps. If I'm trying to prepare for pure Mitsurugi, I would need more like specific targeted low impact hand traps. I think like more like Bell, Bestials, and Ash, and so on and so forth. And then there's also Malice somewhere in the back of my mind as well, which is like, oh, I'm weak to completely different stuff. Like I'm weak to Meowls and Lancia and Nibiru and stuff like that. It's hard to find a balance, I think, between that, which is basically where my main problem lies at the moment with preparing for Nationals. And I'm not quite sure yet how I'm going to solve that problem, because you can make a call and just say, I don't think one of these decks is going to be that popular. I'm just going to focus on the other stuff. But at the end of the day, it's Nationals, so there's going to be like a little bit of everything, and it's hard to prepare for all at once. But that's kind of the situation at the moment, and I think that's where the majority of the prep needs to be done for Nationals, is like finding the right non-engine distribution that works. Because I ultimately, whether I'm gonna play like Mitsurugi or Fiendsmith or Ryziel Fiendsmith or like whatever, Memento, like I think all these decks are good. I think I can see myself playing and doing well with either of those decks. It's more about like, but you have that problem in all of those decks, right? Deciding which non-engine you want to play is like very crucial in all of these decks. Play Malice, literally nobody would expect that from you. They wouldn't, but that's not the question, right? Like, because people don't build their Nationals deck to beat me. They beat their Nationals, they built their Nationals deck to do well in the format, and if people still expect Malice, then they're still going to be prepared for my Malice deck if I play one, right? If they have Lancia and Chaos Hunter and Meowl still in their side deck, it doesn't matter that they're like, because they're going to see it in game one with their main deck, and they're going to be like, oh, I did not expect you to play Malice. Well, I still have Meowls in my side deck, so it doesn't really give me any edge or anything like that if I just played a deck that people don't think I would play, right? But yeah. Yeah, so that's where my head's at with Nationals prep. I just wanted to update you guys on that a little bit and take a look at what's been going on in the TCG. I have it's weird because I have a good time. I have a good time with TCG at the moment when I'm testing. Like I think it's a fine format. It has its flaws. Like for example, like having the wrong non-engine for the matchup you're facing can be frustrating, like drawing Nibiru against Ryziel or drawing Droll against Malice or so on and so forth, you know. And the Charmy mini game sometimes is also frustrating. You know, I've had plenty of games in testing over the course of the weekend where I went second and I used the Charmy and they ashed it, and that was basically the game, right? But yeah. Overall, I've been having a solid time because I just enjoy. There's just decks at the moment that I enjoy, and that's always the most important part about like a format being enjoyable, right? Like there's whatever period of Yu-Gi-Oh you play Yu-Gi-Oh in, it's always like there's games you can't win. But as long as you like the deck you're playing, you're gonna have a solid time, I think, overall. And I think Mitsurugi's fun. I think Fiendsmith is fun. I think Memento is also fun. So like I'm having a good time whenever I'm playing. I'm also having a good time whenever I'm playing Master Duel, though, like to the point where I've just actually been jamming Master Duel games off stream because I just like feel like playing Fiendsmith. It's good. It's good. I feel good at the moment. Can you sign my Toad at French Nationals? Of course I can. Just ask me. All right. So that's the TCG Yap out of the way. You end up finishing the event in Master Duel. I have only gotten the field parts, the lose one turn thingy. I haven't finished all. I don't have the title, but that's okay. They added extra missions too, didn't they? They probably did. I mean, yeah, they did. But like, I don't know, something about playing an event like 5 days after or something. If it's not like a really sick one, I'd rather just play regular rated. I don't know. Maybe if the gems are really good, I might still do it. But yeah. So, like I said, I actually have played Master Duel off stream a little bit, and I haven't, and because I've also been focused on TCG Nationals a lot, I haven't been putting too much time into, like, you know, content prep for this week or whatever. Like, I haven't thought of any cool things we could do. But I think one thing we can basically always do is just try and play some high level Yu-Gi-Oh at Master 1. So we are in Master 1. I am currently sitting at 1577, and I have been playing. I've been playing this deck mostly. I've been playing this deck mostly. So let me explain. I have been playing Fiendsmith control, and I have noticed that if I only play 3 Lacrimas as my normal summons, first of all, I didn't have enough starters, I think, to go first with, where I would just sometimes go first with Bestial Fiendsmith, and I would not have a Fiendsmith card, and then I would basically just pass my turn, because even if I have Lubellion, I cannot actually really summon it, because there's no light or dark in the graveyard, and that is a problem. If you draw 4 hand traps and Lubellion, I mean, it's still winnable, because you just Lubellion for Bestial and then pass, and then your opponent still has to play, but it's not ideal. So what I've been doing to kind of combat this is I've been trying out Tour Guide and Sangan. So the idea behind this is that Tour Guide is basically 1-card Fiendsmith because it makes Moon, and Sangan will search you a Maxi for your opponent's turn, which is a very good backup to have when you're playing a mid-range deck. If you already have Maxi, or if your opponent sends you first and you know they're playing Tenpai, you can get Ash Blossom as well. If you already have that too, you can get Bell to protect your Maxi from Called by the Grave. And if you draw Sangan, it still makes Almirage, which gives you Maxi and makes your Bestial's life, so you can go into Fiendsmith that way. So I think it's been neat for me. I've been liking this. It plays a very high density of hand traps. Of course, it is Fiendsmith control. I've been throwing a Mourner in there as well, just a random one of, because I felt like it was really good to draw hand traps off of Branded Regained or Necroquip Princess that you didn't have in your hand already. So I tried to do some variety. Haven't been a huge fan of Ghost Ogre recently, because Blue Eyes is not as common as it used to be. And you already have a pretty solid Blue Eyes matchup with all the Bestials, and Blue Eyes is like a slower deck anyways, so like the Fiendsmith control is good against it. It's more like it's Ghost Ogre might go back into the deck for like the second stage of the Duelist Cup if there's a lot of Millennium Snake Eyes still running around, but so far like Ghost Ogre is not great against other Fiendsmith decks unless you can hit the Branded Regained. And it's not great against Mermail, so I don't know about Ghost Ogre, but Ghost Ogre is an option. But yeah, other than that, been playing 2 Branded Regains because I'm afraid of my opponent's Bestials, because I have to fit the Almirage. I could not fit the second Requiem. I mean, I guess you can take out the second Desiree, but that's been coming up for me. So 2 Regained because I just liked hard drawing it. You know, you don't always have access to Lubellion, and if you have the Regained with Bestials, you're good. You know, you're protected from opponent's Bestials. You can easily get your card back that you invest from the Regained by using a Bestial or SP Little Knight. That's fine. So that's been what I've been messing around with. So I think maybe just playing some some high rated with this, trying to climb, talking through my plays, focusing on playing well. I think that could be good content for today. The only other thing that I want to do at the moment, which I'm not sure if I want to do it, we just got downgraded to top 50%. By the way, someone leveled up behind us. I do still need to take a look at this deck. I know, it's Mermail. I know it's cringe combo deck. It is, I agree. But it might be relevant for the second stage of the Duelist Cup. So like I need some experience with it to know how to play it and how to play against it as well. So we might because it's a good deck, you know, it's a good deck. And we might have to take a look at it. All right. Are you and Farfa doing a podcast episode this week? I'll try to hit him up about it, because like we've skipped 2 weeks in a row now, because I can only say from my perspective, I'm very busy at the moment. I spent most of my nights just doing like nationals prep and whatever. But yeah. See, this hand bangs. Sag, no maxi for me. Okay. I have the feeling this is not going to go well for them. They need, I guess if they have Dominus Impulse, it would be pretty solid. Arias. Okay, here's the thing. I probably called by it. Just hoping there's no Max C behind it. If there is a Max C behind it, we might be in some trouble, but they also are kind of low on cards. Okay, that is not that bad. In this case. I mean, the fact that Lady gets to chain here is not good for us, but it is not as bad. But it is an insane hand that they have. We have Bell for this, luckily. Okay, now I can no longer get Max Seed or Nibiru'd. We don't have to be worried about that. And it's of course very good that we started with Engraver in this one. So at the moment, this is untargetable. We'd have to get rid of the thing first. And this is also, by the way, this is where the tour guide just being a body. Look at what this tour guide did. Tour guide baited Imperm, which is no longer available to Imperm sequence. And it also is a second body that I need for... I need a second body for the sequence plays here. It was very good. It does more, it genuinely does more than you would think. Okay. Now, let me think. If I make Desiree, And then I make Agnum Day, and I have to send the big welcome. That does not work. That does not work, because then the big welcome in graveyard is live, and can bounce my Agnum Day when I activate it. That will not work. So it's gonna be Lacrima. Unfortunately, gonna have to give up my Requiem. Yeah, or follow up. We still have follow up. A special summon Engraver here. Gonna go into SP Little Knight. Banish the big welcome, and then Engraver can send the lady with the sequence equip. Yeah, clean. And then... Oh. What is it? Another Imperm? It could be. There's no reason to do anything. I guess this Engraver could be in defense mode. I can make Agnum Day, but there's no point to it. It doesn't do anything. All right, Clinic. I'll be right back. Now, what happens when we draw normal monsters, Paradise Sangan? I mean, this is the thing, right? It is actually somewhat on the higher end in terms of normal summons. Like, it does play 6, which is not ideal, I guess. But I think you'd still, if you're going first, you'd rather draw 2 normal summons than 0. Well. Do you prefer coffee or tea? I don't drink coffee, so tea. I don't drink tea that often, but I'm not a coffee person. What do you add with Sangan? Max C. See, this is 2 normal summons, but it's like not the worst. We winning these coin flips? It's like that's the other thing that's been enjoyable to me with this deck is like I think it's the deck that cares the least about winning the coin toss. Which makes it so going like the win rate going second for this deck, I just felt like was completely okay. Which I thought was neat. Alright, Fuva is annoying here. But it's not Max C, which is good. Let me activating Lubin here. or Magna. And then we're gonna Magna away an Engraver. Doesn't feel great, but needs to be done. Why don't you run Droll? I think Droll is pretty bad in Master Duel right now. Unless everyone starts playing Mermail all of a sudden. I don't think Droll is a great card right now. Extra deck Lacrima can summon Engraver back from Banished? Yes, I can bring it back from Banished, yeah. Opponent is a chatter. I mean, FSN Boss is definitely a known player. I don't know if they're watching the stream often or not, but they definitely play. They were in the Challenger Cup finals. And apparently they are afraid of Bystials. And have their own Bystial. Okay, gifted like that. It might be just a Fiendsmith control mirror. In the Fiendsmith control mirror, it's actually worse to go first. You did miss TCG recap, yeah. And the audio is still crunchy, dude. Why does it do that? I appreciate your sub though. Alright, it is Fiendsmith. It is Fiendsmith. So we're getting Paradise. If they allow it. I really don't know how I feel. I mean, the Fuva was very good for them there, but I don't know how I feel about Fuvalos in this deck. Because it's like this deck going first really relies on most of your hand being live because your end board is not the craziest. So I feel like Fuva, like risking Fuva in your hand when you go first is like really awkward. Unless your hand is just good enough to just pass. Is the worst matchup still Tenpai? Probably Tenpai should be pretty bad. I think Mermail is also pretty bad. So it seems like they are playing pure Fiendsmith because they play multiple Lacrima, which makes the fact that I added back my Magnamood with M7, I think, pretty good. No free draw for you. Get out of here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. That's what I thought. The good thing is that my Engraver is currently under my M7. So they can not Bastille it right now, which would obviously be a huge problem because the other one I already had to banish on my first turn. So they're just going to hit my Desiree, which is a 2-off, which is okay. I will allow that, but then the question is, do I let them search with Magna? Do I allow them another Bestial? I think the answer has to be yes. I think the answer is yes. Because I think I'm actually bestialing the Lubellion. The end phase bestial has to, I have to just maneuver around it, I think. I have to maneuver around it. And then I'll Magna the Lubellion. I don't think this Engraver is too threatening. If it makes sequence, I have Veiler for it. Why not Veiler Magna and then use Magna on Lubellion? I was considering that. I was genuinely considering that. Yeah. I was thinking about just denying the add back of this, but I think I don't think I can consistently save this second Engraver. I have to worry about getting one back from Banished anyways. We'll see. Basically, if I Veiler the Magna, I'm forced to Nibiru like Fiendsmith sequence. And that like gets a lot of resources off of my board, which is not ideal. Like I don't want to deal with, I want to Veiler the sequence and just have them not be able to clear my M7. If they don't have another extender here, I can actually stop them. Like they can't clear M7. Which I think is better. I don't want to nib myself in this spot. I'm just thinking on whether I should Veiler preemptively so that if they have Called by the Grave, but I don't need to do that. Because if they have Called by for Veiler, I can just nib them after the fact. After the resolves, it's fine. Can they still Typhon? They can play they can Typhon if they play it, I guess. Yeah, sure, they can Typhon. But then I still keep one monster on the board. All right, I guess we are forced to nib, which is not great news. Because I do think like SP is too much of a problem here. SP is too much of a problem. Yeah. The big token. We'll see. All right, so we both get a Bestial here. He drew so alpha. Thank you for the 22 months. Okay, they add back Baldrake, which makes some sense. I have two options here. I can either grab Lubellion, because I think it needs to be Lubellion. Or I could grab Druis Worm to get rid of the Requiem in the end phase immediately. But I think Lubellion creating another threat that they have to interact with, that they have to Bisteel basically, I think is important. Because if I don't get Lubellion, they can just spend the Bisteel on my Engraver, no problem. Also, that's good. Okay. At this point, I could commit the Lurry. To do some crazy stuff here. The Lurry is actually an insane card to have here, but I think their deck 100% has Nibiru. So we are going to do the following thing. And I think that wins most of the time. I mean, Lurie's in the grave for them. This doesn't do much. It's kind of subtle, but the way I played that turn, it means I did not summon from the extra deck twice because I only made Typhon, so they can't Typhon back, which I think is good. And I think at this point we just win the long game. Phantasme. Okay, we also did not play into Phantasme, I guess, which helps. Okay, they have 2 Light Fiends in hand. 2 Light Fiends in hand, one of them Engraver. Sure. So this Lacrima... This Lacrima can now summon the Banished Engraver, or Requiem, I guess, if they need it. I think... Okay, so this targets Engraver. We definitely regained... The question is, can I afford... They did not have Nib too. We could have won the game last turn, I think. Actually, no, it's not guaranteed. If I make Sequence and they draw Nib with Phantasme, it's still over. Do I need Druid Worm is the question. Because if I don't need Druid Worm... If I don't need Druid Worm, it's better for me. I can make Magna for crazy follow-up. What's their line? What's their line next? If they make Caesar, they lose the game, I think. If they make Caesar, they lose the game. If they make Sequence... I think I can afford. I think I can afford to Magna. Sequence is in the graveyard, but they can shuffle it for Engraver. Okay, Sequence equip. Sequence equip, I'm thinking about ball draking. But then... If I... Ball Drake Sequence, what do they have left? They can still Tract Fuse into a Desiree, but that's not winning. I think it's this. I think it's this and then not draw with Regained, because I don't want to put that in the extra deck, of course. Oh, they use Tract to Fuse already, yeah. I mean, they're not going to do that anyways. That would be losing play. Yeah, no. I mean, at this point, you kind of have to go battle phase. You kind of have to go battle phase now. Which means I live the turn, which means I, you know. The crunchy audio is killing me. I'm sorry for that, but I appreciate your subs anyways. Thank you. Thank you for the 16-month circle. Yeah, you have to go battle phase just to clear the Ball Drake. Which is good. Could have actually crashed into the Typhon for a Zeus line, but yeah, it's not winning. GG's. Zeus can't activate under Typhon. Yeah, but you can go like M7 bounce Typhon, then make Zeus on top of it. If you play the same extra as I do. You know, there's ways around it. Why it's not winning is the thing. Hey, this looks like Labyrinth because they got Labyrinth sleeves as well. Which is not great because we don't have Ash or Bell. But, I mean, Bystials are technically not bad against it. It's just a very low commitment to get Fiendsmith with the tour guide and Sanguine. I like it. I don't think it's max C against Labyrinth, I guess. But is it Bell or is it Ash? We technically have a higher chance of drawing Ash with thingy with regained. Grab Bell. Maybe I should have started with regained because now they can chain Ice Dragon's Prison. Ghost Mourner, actually not bad against Lab, right? Because of OCG rulings on chains, right? I can Ghost Mourner a... I can technically Ghost Ogre a Lovely on my turn. Which is potential... Chaos Angel... Yeah, Chaos Angel... Chaos Angel... Chaos Angel. I think I like that. Didn't need to equip the Requiem. I was gonna go Necroquip into SP, but this actually kind of... I'm just hoping I'm not hitting the... Okay, ooh, that's a good one. I was hoping I wouldn't hit the... any of the welcome traps, of course. Like, that's not what I wanted to hit. I don't actually mind putting Sangan back into the deck for potential future tour guides. Okay, that is definitely a problem. 4, 7, 11. 5, 5, 1. Yeah, okay. Well, we're not losing crazy amounts to this, I guess. Losing the regain sucks, but this list actually does play 2. This list does play 2. Alright, well. So, I guess it depends on how good, like, defensively this set card is. Because if it's just like if it's just a labyrinth trap, then this won't stop any of this, I guess. Which would be good. Okay, if this resolves, looking pretty good. Going for Agnum Day. For Desiree, I mean, over the thing. Trap Trick. I guess Trap Trick for Ice Dragon's Prison now is insane, but then they also don't have their own follow-up. But Trap Trick for Ice Dragon's Prison is definitely sick right here. Oh, Daruma is not as bad. I mean, it's still not great, but Daruma is fine. Wait. They had to shotgun it, right? The fact that they are toggled off is bad here for them. You can bell that? I can't bell this turn because I added it with Sangan. Right now you just can't activate it. And then I just go battle phase. I guess I should have sent it. I should have sent it with thing. I kind of like my finger was hovering the right click. And I just pressed it. What? I guess we'll slap a sequence on that thing. Right. Probably Typhon. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, I mean, you can't attack the Desiree. But it's like Lacrima onto Agnum Day or Sequence, actually. Hold up. Is it? Which one is it? Let's go Agnum. Yeah, I mean that just wins. This card maxi for this is like a crazy flex, I feel. So they added they're not adding another Veiler off this either. They added the Trap card. They added the Trap card, which... Do I Veiler Spirit? I hate Veilering this card because they do it next turn again, and you're not really getting rid of resources. I don't think I do. I might Bestial the first Blue Eyes. They have to, if they're somewhat competent with the deck, they have to have the spell in hand, right? The Roar to get a Blue Eyes. Otherwise, there's no way you do this. All right. So at that rate, I mean, I know there's Majesty, there's Maiden. There's probably Roar. There's 2 unknowns. I think I like Magnaing this. There has to be Veiler. It's weird, right? Because like I guess it's maybe they added Maiden because they want to extra normal it in case the other Maiden gets Bestialed. Okay. Sure. And they are locked into dragons. Oh, so they make another spirit. Okay, sick. I mean, if it's just Seal's Pass, I probably don't care. If it really is Seal's Pass. So I was thinking about just summoning out the Baldrake there, but I wouldn't be banishing anything with value. If they really played this in this way, and now it's just Seal's Pass, yeah, okay. I mean, at that point, that's fine. I feel like there has to be another Veiler or another Maxi. So I'm doing Baldrake here in the end phase. I'll get rid of 1 Maiden. Oh wait, we're not in the end phase yet. We're in main phase. fine, whatever. I don't think it can change anything. So we're applying. That's the only thing, I guess, is that keeping the Baldrake played around Vault by the Grave on Lubellion. Okay. Disco, thank you for the 11 months. There it is. There it is. Yep. All right. Second maxi. I think I am okay. Just battle phasing. So they have to do it here. Nothing on my side is a good bounce. They probably just bounce regained. Or that. Okay. So here's the thing, right? I can bestial the maiden. I can bestial the maiden. Probably better. No, I'll just attack. I love Maxi, dude. Yeah, I think we go down to the max C here. Anything else is manageable. Like if they didn't just draw 3 cards for 2 cards for basically nothing. And then they can go into Tyrant as well. Maybe I should have ball draked it. Oh, I should have ball draked it. I clicked too fast. So the thing about this maiden is they can't get it into the graveyard right now, right? Which is somewhat okay, I guess. It's just at this point, I don't have a comeback anymore. Even if they play into this nib, I don't think I have it. I think I could have played better on their first turn. Maybe if I... Because the way they played, it was kind of obvious they were going to go Seal's Pass. Because they just messed up their combo. And I just, like... I think I interpreted too much into it. Because I thought they were better than they were. Because the fact that they didn't have... I basically... I built my turn around them having this card in hand. Because what they did was terrible if they didn't have that card in hand. And they just didn't have that card in hand. Which is kind of cringe, but... Yeah. I basically, I don't want to be too mean, but I just gave them too much credit. Essentially, like I thought their what they did made sense, but it didn't, which sucks. Speaking of too much credit. That was a frustrating game, but I can't really complain about it because I think I had ways around it. I think I should have read their hand better on turn 1, or maybe not interpret too much into it. That was like they should have never lost that game, but the way they played it, they should have lost it. But I didn't really take the opportunity. Twix Ice, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the continued support. This hand's good. Or like, is it good? It's alright. Yeah, it's alright. That's weird. That's like the worst card against this hand. But, alright. Yeah. Yeah, we just don't beat that. We don't beat that combination. Zorio, thank you for the 6 months. Okay. Dude, the crunchy audio throws me off so much. Well, I want to turn it off because people are writing sub messages and everything. Bro. Why is there a golden kappa train on a day where my sub sound is messed up? Why is it right now? Come on. There's no need. Bro. You know, Bell is actually quite solid here. But it's like they're using Bell on such a weak thingy that I don't actually even feel like I need to do it, but I will do it because I want regained. I will do it. I'll Bell it. I'm gonna get my Max C called by the Graved just so I can get my branded regained. The thing is, chances are they have another way to banish from the graveyard because they are like normally they'd have to be worried about Fiendsmith as well, right? So like they probably have like a Bestial or a second Crow on top of this, and they're like not sure on where to use it now, I guess. But it's yeah, this is the reason why I'm playing 2 regained, by the way, because I feel like Master Duel at the moment is full of graveyard hate for Fiendsmith for good reason. I mean, this deck is I think this deck's pretty good. So I think people are more likely to play like DD Crow and Bestials right now. That's why I think like drawing regained is just fine. Yeah, second Crow. All right. Sure. Two Crows onto a tour guide. Normal behavior. And I get to keep my Magnamoot. I don't think I'm mad about that. Alright, because I drew the Paradise. I think I'm going for Desiree. Because Desiree with Paradise on board is pretty sick. I could also go M7. Try to add back Bell to protect Maxi from... Because I don't think they have Ash right now. But I'll just try to set up Desiree. Because I didn't go for Tracked, I can actually keep... No. No, I can't. I lied. This is the weird part about this, that it gets rid of all your Light Fiend follow-up, basically, because all the Light Fiends are back in the extra deck now. Which is somewhat annoying, but it be like that. Nope. All right. I do have tour guide to go into it again. Yeah, I can go into Fiendsmith again next turn. It's fine. I do think this is a just drop the maxi angle because they might be on cash tiras or whatever. Yeah. It's just at this point, it's just about like tour guide gets you into Fiendsmith, and then like the maxi is just another. Like, even if they negate it here, it's not even bad. If they have to use a Cult by the Grave on it, then that's a valuable resource they don't have later. For the Veiler, for example. It's just about, yeah, okay, they top decked Ash, great. Proud of you. But it's like, it's fine. It's just one less card I have to worry about. Primite Lordly Load. You can get that out of here. Ghost Ogre. Alright, well, I guess we're chaining Paradise. Alright. Now what? Of course. Of course. But with Lordly Load already activated, I don't think it does anything, right? I just Veiler the Link, and it's GG, I think. Primate Roar set. Okay. They are not Blue Eyes. What the hell is happening? Okay, you have just conceded the game, I suppose, is what happened. Okay. Yeah. What are you declaring? Dippity. Okay. So it's just Primite Fiendsmith, I guess. Yeah, GG. I'm gonna be sending Engraver. So they have Primate Roar as a thingy, but yeah, it's not even close to enough. I just like playing this deck. I just think, I mean, it's obviously personal and subjective, but I just enjoy playing Master Duel at the moment. Alright, these are the type of hands where you really want to get hand trapped on the Lubellion. Like Ashed or Drolled. Otherwise, I'm just going to be passing with 4 hand traps, which is just, it's just, you know, the fact that I'm like not playing here. And that's why Tour Guide's in the deck, because Tour Guide would have made this hand insane. You think this variant of Fiendsmith control is better than others like Musketeers? It might not necessarily be better. Oh, that's a problem. Dude. Okay, what do I lose to if I Ash this? Teleport is pretty sick. I lose to Lara plus normal summon, but I think to that I lose no matter what I do. I think it's okay not to Ash this and just Ash, because if they are 1-card comboing, then I do think Ash on Lara later. Like, if they now banish these two to contact fuse, then Ash on Lara will also end the turn. And at least it's taking out some important resource, I guess. Okay, that's sick. That's lucky. That is very lucky. I can probably take this damage and hold this until the end phase. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, so end phase, gonna have to banish my own Lubellion here. Do not bell that, thank you. Okay, dude, I don't know what this means. This might be a bad situation because we couldn't play on the first turn. That's the thing. This deck is kind of weak to Floodgates. Because it doesn't apply that much pressure. Like, I've played one Archfiend Eccentric in Fiendsmith control in some other builds. Okay, let's go ahead and slap down Branded Regain just in case they have a Called by the Grave. I might probably bell Called by the Grave anyways, but who knows? Maybe that's two. They could have Called by the Ash though, probably, so it's probably not Called by the Grave. But I mean, I do play 2 Regained anyway, so the Lubellion can get some value no matter what. Here, get Druid Worm. Branded Beast worth running to out Floodgates? I don't think so, because I feel like the way that decks Floodgate use like Dimensional Fissure and Macrocosmos, and under those, it's impossible to get Lubellion onto the field, almost. Okay, this is a very weird imperm, because I already have Branded Regain, but I'll take it. And they even saw that I had it. Well, alright. So I'm attacking this. I'm hoping they tag out so I can get the Regained Revive. Okay, sick. The problem is basically right now I'm playing Bestial Control, which is terrible against Ritual Beast. But, I mean, I guess this gives me Moon in main phase 2. Yeah, maybe they just thought I was playing Branded Beast, and that's why they stopped the Lubellion. Which I guess is fair enough. I mean, Branded Beast would have been a good card here. I mean, yes. Attack the Lara. Alright, main phase 2. Moon. And see how far that gets us. I might end up using Druid Worm on the Lara. They had Teleport. Are you telling me that was not combo last turn? Am I tripping? Isn't that weird? It's Steeds, okay. Sure. That felt weird to me. I don't know. I'm not a Ritual Beast expert, but... Alright, so... I can Druid Worm my own Moon back into the extra deck, draw a card with Regained, and then just normal summon a hand trap and remake it. That sounds good to me. I thought about Bestialing their Lara to make Talents live, but then I don't get Fiendsmith. And that's a problem. At least not guaranteed, right? I might draw off of Regained. I can draw like Tracked or whatever, but not guaranteed. So I think this is probably better. You know what? That's the GOAT, actually. That's insane. Sangan is nuts here. The best normal summon after Tour Guide. But you see what I mean? You see how this makes sense? It's weird because it's Tour Guide and Sangan. They don't seem like the greatest cards, but that shit just works. It just works. Give me that. You should just let Elder get banished. Oh, I forgot it was off of teleport. You're right. It would be better in the banish pile for me. It would be better in the banish pile. You are actually correct, yes. Okay, they have more. Okay, I mean... Yes, I will gladly get Effect Veilered here. So... Are we taking a look at the last card in their hand, or are we just drawing 2 cards? I think it might just be... Because if I draw 2 and I find Tracked or Engraver, which is 5 cards in my deck, I do win the game instantly. Which I have 29 cards in my deck. If I loop them, I end on Necroquip Pass. I maxi and draw phase. I draw another card. It's probably better to just loop them. I'll go Requiem into Necroquip first, just in case it's something they can chain. Maxi is guaranteed to resolve with Bell. Have you heard of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring? I mean, I'll check. It is they went for... dude, I don't know much about Ritual Beasts, but going for this dude instead of Canahawk, I'm pretty sure that's weird too. I'm pretty sure that's also not what they tend to do, but alright, well. Okay, so they have combo here because I actually misplayed and didn't let the Elder get banished. So they can actually make Nochi Drago here. Oh, I'm gonna draw Paradise. I already know I'm gonna draw Paradise right now. Okay, that's GG, probably. There's like no way that's not GG. There's no way that's not GG. Because yeah, they have to play here. They have no choice. They can't pass. They die guaranteed. How does the equip effect of Necroquip work? It equips the card you discarded. So yeah. Alright, they don't even try it. Yeah, so it can also it can sometimes mess up your opponent's Engraver. You could do that. Oh, that's the that is the Primite Blue Eyes with the main deck DD Crows. If they're still playing the same deck. Primite Blue Eyes is like, the hard part is the Primite cards. I think Blue Eyes is manageable. Primite is tough. Alright, besides the Paradise, this hand is gas. Oh, they have switched decks. Okay. Unless it's blue. Oh no, it was Fiendsmith Primite. Never mind. It wasn't Blue Eyes. It was Fiendsmith Primite. Don't mind me. I yapped again. I do feel like this should be a solid matchup for me. The Primite cards are good against my deck, but the Bestial cards I think are better against their deck than the Primite cards are against my deck. I think Ashing Requiem is a solid shout. I feel like they could still have Primite. Yeah, well, that's okay. If that's the only thing they have, then I think I'm okay with that. If it's just Drill Beam Pass, probably a win. Or, I mean, depends on the non-engine they have. They've been playing Crows and stuff like that, so who knows. There's Drill Beam. And then they just declare Dippity, and then that's their turn, basically. I guess they could also declare the Angel Trumpeteer that they were using, which I'm not entirely sure what it's for. Okay, maybe you make like Omega with it, because you can still like interrupt your opponent with it somewhat. Ooh. Regained card draw is definitely good here. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, Drill Beam. Drill Beam. Pass. Okay. That is just in time. Love that for me. Okay. Yeah, I figured that was good enough to force Drill Beam, which is neat. If they also draw with Regained, I'm kind of free to Bestial their stuff. So it kind of creates this weird situation. Okay, that is interesting. I actually think that might be incorrect. Because now I'm going on to your Fiendsmith cards now. So I get rid of that. And I also get rid of that. Because they knew I had Magna. So I think that was weird, but alright. Lubellion is so tempting, but you know what's also tempting? What's also tempting is M7, add back Magnamut, and then Zeus, but then I don't get Fiendsmith access. Nah, it's gotta be. Gotta be the Lubellion. The Zeus line is cute, but I can still do it if the Fiendsmith goes through, actually. It's just, that's not guaranteed. Because, I mean, they do play They do play Bestials themselves, probably. But I think those would have already been used. I don't think we need to win the game this turn. I think it's okay to go for 5k here, guaranteed. Nice Paradise. Thank you. I drew it myself. Here. They do have Crow. They do have Crow. I think. Most likely. But if they do have Crow, that's also another slight misplay here. Because if they do have Crow, they should have done it before I make Necroquip. Because I'm going to draw for it. At this point, they probably have to just let it go through. Like this crow is not good anymore. I don't think. Oh. All right. So I could go sequence here. I could go sequence. I could also go SP Little Knight and banish the Angel Trumpeter from their graveyard, so they are out of vanillas because there's no way they play more than 2. I don't think they have Veiler. M7 into Zeus. We didn't battle with an Xyz. We're in main phase 2. I definitely want to banish the Trumpeter. Because that means no more Primite for the rest of the game. Which is very good. I definitely want to do that. The question is, do I risk going for sequence beforehand? Because if it resolves, then I win the game on the spot. I win the game on the spot if sequence resolves, I'm pretty sure. Because I could go sequence into Little Knight. The only card that punishes that is Nibiru, which I don't think they are holding at this point. I don't think they're holding Nibiru. Don't they have Crow? Yeah, but Crow is fine if I have regained. And Crow also, 1 Crow does not prevent a fusion, so I can still get SP after. If this forces them to Crow, it's actually better. Because they lose Crow, I draw a card, and I still get SP. And I will probably... It's so juicy. I have Paradise in hand already. But Desiree probably means no Crow, and it probably also means no SP, and I think I need SP. Capablanca, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate that. So, doing this. So this is a better Crow now, because I don't have Necroquip. But it's still, I mean, I draw with Regained. Which is not great. Why was the notification so glitchy? I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on with it. It's been like that for this stream and the stream before that. Sometimes. Oh no. Ghost Ogre is cracked here. Ghost Ogre is insane. Yeah. Okay. Ghost Ogre definitely a problem. Not a huge problem though, I think. I think it's like manageable. Because I do play 2. I can get another one later. So here's the thing. The immediately more impactful banish is the Branded Regained. Because that Branded Regained is going to be a problem for future turns, for sure. It also checks my SP very well. But the in the long term, if I banish Trumpeteer, I think I just win. Even through Regain. Because I'm going to have another Regain next turn as well. Yeah, it's got to be that. There's no way they play 3 vanillas. They're not crazy. They're not crazy like that. Yeah, it means they don't get Barrel, and it also means they probably can't get Drill Beam live for the rest of the game. So I'm going to go ahead and set Paradise, I think. Actually, it might be better to keep it in hand, but who knows. And then we resolve Magna for Baldrake, I think. Biko, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. The grind is going well. I'm very much enjoying Master Duel at the moment. So it's like they needed a Fiendsmith card here, but it's like fine, I guess. I'm not happy about this because that was basically the only way they can win this game is if they have a Fiendsmith engraver off the top. Which they definitely didn't have last turn. But I think it's manageable. I think it's manageable. Because it seems like right now, it seems like they don't have Abyss Steel access. Okay, they should not go battle phase here. They don't care about this SP. They can just regain it back. I can never activate this SP anyways because it's so bad into regained. Well, okay. It's not one yet, I don't think. It's not one yet because of their regain. That's the one card that they have on me right now that I don't have. Which is difficult to maneuver around at the moment. They might have assumed Imperm. Yeah, maybe. That's fair, actually. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Another advantage that I have right now is that they are very low, so they have to be more careful with a lot of stuff, I suppose. Like it's easier for me to win off of just random stuff. If I Veiler this... Yeah, I Veiler this. They're trying to get back to vanilla. I can't allow that. I forgot they could do that with Lacrima, by the way. For a second. That is a good point. They can do that. This might force them to normal summon a hand trap and go for a sequence. But if they have that play, that's actually not bad. That is actually not a bad play if they have a normal summon, yeah. But could also just go Necro Quip and pass if they have a hand trap. It's also hard. It's kind of sad because I feel like if I am losing this, which is possible, I'm losing it because they have hard drawn regained, I have hard drawn paradise, which is the difference maker right now. which is kind of a shame because that's the only card in my deck I'm not trying to draw. The other ones are all fine. This one's the worst one by far. So that's annoying me a little bit right now. Hey Josh, I know you don't show us what you're playing for upcoming tournaments, but I think you should give us the runner-ups and then explain your reasoning. What do you mean? I've talked about the options pretty openly in terms of TCG, like French nationals earlier. I'm probably gonna upload it to the Plus channel, but like it's pretty, yeah, it's pretty accurate. I'm like, the thing you have to realize about it is that I'm a little careful with it because very often when I say things like I'm considering this or that deck for a tournament, that's like we're 2 weeks away from French nationals, and people think that I decide on a deck way earlier than I actually do. Because at this point, there's still a chance I find a deck that like I haven't played yet at all, or that I'm not considering at the moment, but I will consider in the future. Tract is very good here. Tract is very good because it lets me play without playing into the regained first. Because if I now tell you, which I mean, I did say earlier, Malice is like, oh, they have Paradise. I forgot about that. Shit. Yeah. I guess that has to be forced no matter what I do, though. So, kind of okay, maybe. Actually, is it okay? No, that's not okay. I shouldn't have played into Paradise first. Yeah. Does it make a difference? Maybe not. Maybe it does not make a difference. So now I mean, here's the thing, though. They do lose to Typhon, right? They are dead to Typhon if they don't draw an out to it. So I'll banish their Engraver. They can put it back. To draw a card. There's not many outs. I mean, they do play Bystials. And they have something. But let's say they have a Veiler. Or, I mean, the Bystial also is not great into my regained then, right? Veiler is an out, but then at least I get regained. And if I get regained, I'm at least somewhat fine. Because I did also banish their Engraver, and they made a small mistake. Oh, actually, I don't win. Oh, no, I do win. Yeah. Do I? No, I don't. The Typhon. This. Massive Ghost Ogre. I mean, that outs the Typhon win condition as well, I guess. Okay. There's a chance I just die this turn. Pretty solid chance, actually, if they do it right. One of the few punishes for going Lubellion. I mean, if they Ghost Ogre Typhon, that's even worse. This is not part of the plan. Okay. I'm pretty sure that was game without using the Bastille, but sure. Well, now I die. Unless they only play one Requiem? If they only play one Requiem, it's not trivial, actually. Ether Barrel. Okay. Put in Desiree? Normal barrel. This only makes sense to me if they play a second Requiem and they are about to go Moon Requiem. Yeah, I mean, Reset Drill Beam is fine if they don't have vanillas ever for it. Have another Ether in hand. Second Requiem is... Oh, there is a Banished Requiem, right. There is a Banished Requiem. I did banish a Requiem earlier. They draw a card with Requiem. The thing is, like, I think they probably had a way to win this turn, and they are like kind of messing it up. But I think it's very hard for me to punish them. Is banishing Druid's better than banishing Regain? No, no. No, it's not. Yeah. Oh, right. That makes the... I forgot it made the Drill Beam live that way. In my head, it was like, oh, the only way Drill Beam is live in that deck is vanillas. Yeah. That's pretty cooked. There's like 100% some moment in this game somewhere where I could have probably won it. Maybe it was last turn. Maybe it was last turn when I Magnamooted the thingy for Lacrima. I wanted to trigger my own regained. Oh no. I mean, I'm losing because they drew regained and I drew paradise still. But like, it wouldn't have been. Maybe it was still winnable. If I didn't draw paradise, the game was over a long time ago because that would have been a real card and Lacrima would have sent paradise. That's the one part about this deck that really sucks, is drawing paradise. Maybe I should have just SP Little Knight at the regained. Maybe that was the one. Maybe just SP Little Knight the regained, allow them to get back, like have them have a vanilla in rotation, whatever. Oh, yeah. Is paradise necessary? Absolutely. Yeah. Unfortunately, it is. And it's like if they gave this card an effect that you could activate, it didn't need to be this powerful. All it needed was an effect that you can activate, like in a reasonable circumstance, even if it's just like, I don't know, foolish a light fiend from your deck or some shit. Like that's very frustrating with paradise. Is like how hard it is to use it. The only win con now is that they mess up and sent my paradise to the grave somehow. Like that's the only. But, I mean, they ashed my Magna, so that's not a win con either. Yeah. That sucks. I hate ashing Lordly Load, but I like the card is too good against my deck. Drill Beam is too good against my deck. At least True Light is from hand, I guess. Maybe I can add Ghost Ogre back into the deck with the amount of blue eyes we're facing still. As well as, like, I mean, all the Bestial decks seem to be on, all the Fiendsmith decks seem to be on Branded Regain. So maybe, I mean, it's good. It's been good against me, right? The Majesty is face down. Just, I can handle that. Somewhat. We're gonna have to play the slow game here. A little bit. That. Belling that is like a giga loss in the long run. Belling that is horrible. If I set Majesty, they just pop it. If I said Called By, they just pop it the Majesty, I mean. I think I just Called By the Barrel. It's not my favorite Called By target in this matchup, but it is still good. And then we'll have to take it slow, which is not a good thing to do against Blue Eyes when they have True Light set up. But, I mean, their follow-up here, besides True Light, I mean, it's... Besides True Light is a bold statement. Their follow-up is pretty crazy, but... This was a lot easier if I had a Fiendsmith card, or like a normal summon in general. If I had a normal summon here, it would have been a lot simpler, because then I could have summoned Lubellion from hand to probably bait the Majesty and then just play with Tour Guide or play with a Fiendsmith card. Yeah. Well, that's negated anyways, actually. It's not a great normal summon. They set wishes. Trying to summon back Blue Eyes. If I drew a Swarm, they can chain True Light to try and dodge it. Then I would Bell that. But I think it's just better to just Bell right away. Most likely. Just Bell the Spirit. But then... yeah. Okay. What is... They might not have a target for wishes, but then what? I don't get it. Oh, they drew that. That's terrible for them because I can bell it. That might lose them the game. That's very unlucky. That's very unlucky. Jesus. But then why didn't they chain the True Light? Because they can't set with it anyways. That was very unfortunate for them. But it's still not actually over. Because I have a hard time playing here. And they do get Ether Barrel back next turn. They do get Ether Barrel back, and that just solos me. Dude, I just need a Fiendsmith card and I win. I need a Fiendsmith card and I win, but now playing into the Majesty just doesn't make sense. If I special Baldrake and bring back Lubellion, they pop it with Majesty, I just lose the Baldrake for no reason. I guess I bait the Majesty, if you want to call that a reason. But, I don't know. Blue Eyes White Dragon and a Dragon Monster. They can just reset it anyways. Do you play Almirage? I play Almirage, but I guess that gives me regained. I guess Almirage does give me regained. Because Almirage can protect the Lubellion. I don't know if it matters. I mean, they have 2 spirits anyway, so I guess I'll banish Druis just in case they play, like, regained. I don't think they do, but... Dude, the Almirage was a pretty good call, I think. It's still not favored, I don't think. I actually think they are favored to win. But this is quite the good regained. So they get Ether Barrel back, but if they summon it, I get Magnamut, which is good. But they get Drill Beam, so it's like it's not an even exchange. I don't think it's not a we're not trading fair here. I could have Veilered it, I guess, but I'm scared of what else happens if I Veiler it. Like I'm scared of the Tyrant Dragon. Because Tyrant Dragon, maybe I had to Veiler it. Maybe it's too powerful. They have Beam Engrave? No. I do lose regain, but I play 2 is the thing. So I'm like, that's not necessarily the biggest deal depending on how they play this. You can't Veiler Tyrant. I can Veiler Tyrant. They won't fuse into it the regular way. They will fuse into it this way, which means they don't have the target protection. But the other thing I'm just now realizing is the fact that they actually can't reset because the entire back row is full. So I actually don't have to Veiler it. Yeah, it's weird because if I Veiler the Ether Barrel, then they have room in their back row for the other thing, the Drill Beam. Yeah, that's awkward. Grab Lubellion because I want to deck Thin Bestials out of my deck. I still think it's winnable if I can just find a Fiendsmith card. Thank you. I mean, I don't know what that set card is. Oh no, that set card is Wishes. I think if the card in hand is not live, then I think I'm fine. So one set card is Drill Beam. The other card is Wishes. So that's the Drill Beam. And now if track goes through, I think it's a win. But like it depends on the card in hand. If they just drew if they drew whatever, Ash, then it's doomed. It's something. I think they had a response window there. That's so cringe. Oh, it's so cringe. It could just be True Light. Oh yeah, it might be True Light. Of course it's Veiler. Why would it not be non-engine? Why would my life ever be easy? It's just we don't have we do not have the thing in rotation of Engraver, which sucks. I told you this entire game, if we draw one Fiendsmith card, we're good to go. And I think that's still true. I think it's still true. This. Dude, the sub sound kills me every time. Wheels never stop. Thank you for the 6 months. Do you think Fiendsmith will survive another ban list? In the TCG? I don't feel like at the moment it really needs to be dealt with. Okay, so they have another normal summon. So whatever they add here, they can just normal summon. I kind of want to save my life points from Typhon. Like my SP from Typhon though, right? Because they can just Typhon. They probably play Typhon these days. And then we hold Lacrima for sequence because I don't have Requiem engrave. Also, Strider Archive, thank you for the Prime as well. I appreciate the support. If you have a free Prime available to support Streamerman, that's always very much appreciated. Thank you. So Maiden here probably just goes into Typhon and attacks. Yeah, they're desperate. We win next turn. It's all good. It's all good. The Fiendsmith card came to the rescue. Just in time, dude. Okay. Ooh. That is not at all necessary here, but it still feels good. I should probably at least play one Ghost Ogre for the Sangan, right? Because if there's like, if it's like Blue Eyes and I'm going second into their board and it looks like it's going to be a grindy matchup, I can just, I can resort to searching the Ghost Ogre with it. There should at least be one Ghost Ogre in my deck, I feel like. Whew. That was something. To be clear, we would have won this easier with a Fiendsmith card earlier, but we also would have lost it if they didn't draw the Roar for that one turn, right? They drew Roar for turn and then they couldn't use the set wishes anymore, which was like a huge, like, that was a huge changing factor for the rest of the game. Oh yeah, okay. I do have lunch here, so I have a video prepared that we can watch during lunch break, and then we'll get back to grinding. We hit 1600, but I think we can go further than that this month. I don't know exactly how many days of grinding I have left because I'm going to be, of course, playing Nationals at the end of the month, and I'm not going to be home the week before Nationals, so we have like this week left basically. But I kind of think this is the month where I've been saying this, right? I've been saying I want to try and see how high I can climb in rated duels, but I've not been motivated enough for most seasons so far. This is the season where I do feel motivated. I could cut the Ghost Moaner for this. I could also cut the Talent. The Talents hasn't been that great. I'll cut the Talents for it. Just more hand traps. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and do our lunch breaky today. Everyone, get your blankets. Actually, it's not that long of a video. It's like 30 minutes. We are going to be watching Sunny, OCG Duelist Sunny, with another hopefully banger about the OCG format, about the current situation in the OCG. I always love hearing Sunny talk about the current situation in the OCG, because I feel like from the current perspective, the OCG is healing, and that's good because those cards are going to be coming to our format soon-ish, and that's always great to get a little bit of perspective of what's about to happen with the game. Of course, I am most interested in hearing about Vanquish Soul K9, Vanquish Soul K9, which is currently a new top tier deck in the OCG, which I think is very cool. And the video is titled "The Best Format Since Age of Overlord," which is a bold statement, but let's see what they have to say about this current OCG format that we are also going to be playing soon-ish, right? This is already our format into like for Euros and NAWCQ, or is it like is that after? It's definitely after national season, but we get the next set soon-ish, I believe. I don't know if we already know when we're going to get the next deck build pack, but right after Euros, maybe, yeah. All right, let's go.
I feel like we don't talk enough about how well Konami has been doing with card design. I'm more optimistic than
glazing,
most, but every format since Crossover Breaker has...
Glazing Konami is a dangerous path to go down, I will tell you, because as soon as you say anything positive about Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Konami, people will call you a sellout. They will. It doesn't matter that you're not paid for it. They will call you paid for it. I speak from experience.
Been good.
So be careful what you say, Sonny. If it's positive
for 2-month Alliance Insight format, and that has never been more true than right now. What makes a format good is obviously subjective. It's how good someone thinks the gameplay of a format is, but I know many people share similar views to mine. The current meta is fantastic right now. To explain, I have to go...
But you are paid. But not for my opinion on certain things. I'm paid for certain collaborations with Konami. I'm not paid for saying, you know, the game is all good. As you will definitely hear me critique certain things about the game that I don't like. Constantly. It happens. I say when I dislike stuff, I say when I like stuff. And that's how it should be.
Over what I didn't like about older metas. There were several main problems I had with previous formats. All of them are quite related, but have different effects on gameplay that I didn't like. The first is extremely powerful one-card starter combos. Examples would be Yubel, or Snake Eyes, or Memento, and Tenpai honestly. The main problem is that there wasn't a better strategy than Floodgates, blowout hand traps, or a very large amount of normal hand traps, which makes gameplay very much a yes-no question on the first action as opposed to different boards, which meant a lot of games felt the same. You would test for extenders and accept that you were FTK'd if they had them. The second is that normal hand traps often had no impact.
I don't want to spend too much time on this because this is something we've been through all of 2024. This is not a hot take. This is a cold take. Everyone agrees with this. And I think the main purpose of the video is probably what's happening now as opposed to what's happening last year. This is probably just the introduction part.
Because
so I don't want to
like too easy to repair with an identical combo extender. For example, take any Memento starter. If you get Impermed on it, then a quick play repairs the combo to be an identical board, or like Tenpai, Imperm Hydra, and then they just activate Kaiman or Summoning or Tundra. And that's why I loved Ryzeal, because Ryzeal was one of the first strong decks in many months where strategic hand trap held for duo drive had a noticeable impact on the end board, and you didn't make an identical full board.
Okay. So Ryzeal is controversial because there's also a lot of people that hate Ryzeal, but I personally agree with Sunny here. The thing about Ryzeal that has kind of changed is that Ryzeal now feels more like the previously mentioned examples. Because with the introduction of Star Ryzeal, you no longer have the duo drive choke point, basically, which was like the main thing that was always my argument as to why I thought playing against Ryzeal felt better than playing against Malice, for example, in that format, previous format. Was always like, if I could out the duo drive with Ghost Ogre, Ash, Veiler, Imperm, whatever I was playing, if I held that card for duo drive, I knew what I was facing, and what I was facing was you were able to handle it if your deck was good, right? If your deck was able to handle Detonator, then it was simple, like hold the hand trap for duo drive and then deal with the Detonator, and you're good to play a solid match of Yu-Gi-Oh! That was last format. With the testing I've done for the current format, after Alliance Insight, I do think Ryzeal now falls into a different category. Because now with Star Ryzeal being played in Pure Ryzeal, as well as even Mitsurugi Ryzeal is playing that card now, basically enabling you to get to Ryzeal Cross in a second way, not just duo drive. It's just like, now if my opponent starts with Ice Ryzeal and I have Imperm in hand, I no longer can afford to hold it actually the Imperm is a bad example because you could still hold it for duo drive, but they will still have cross. But like let's say it's Valor or Ash, right? It's no longer possible to just hold it for the duo drive. If they go Ice and you have Valor, I think you Valor the Ice now. I think you now Valor the Ice, which in previous formats was probably not advised, depending on your hand. And sometimes maybe you would, but most of the time you wouldn't. Now you're kind of forced to. And you kind of accept the fact that if you Valor the Ice and they have Sort or X'd in hand or another way to get a level 4 to make duo drive, they still do the full thing, right? And so, like, that's iffy. Like, the Ryziel now is... I would not defend Ryziel now the same way I used to defend Ryziel pre-Alliance Insight. Because you know what I said about, like, comparing Ryziel to Malice. Even though Ryziel was the more powerful deck, I felt like it was so much more healthy for the game than Malice. Now, I think the current versions of Ryziel are way more combo-heavy, and Star Ryziel makes it, like, way more ignorant into fair hand traps. So I don't feel the same way about Ryziel anymore. Yeah.
With one extender. The third is that engines were too small. That's not to say that decks at the moment all have massive engines, but it is disturbing when it almost seemed like a mandatory requirement for a deck to have space for 18 non-engine. It's more that decks can play more engine now if they want to, because one, normal hand traps are not extremely impactful against top meta decks at the moment, and two is that most top decks have extremely good lingering floodgate compromises because they can play on their opponent's turn, and the third is that final end boards for the most popular decks became smaller. There are some combo decks with massive boards still in the format, but essentially Konami had found a way to design cards in such a way that more card activity just ended up outclassing raw power in terms of winning consistently. So even though there are still combo decks, they end up being not as popular unless you really love combo decks or the archetype. Honestly, I can't believe they did it so effectively. I thought that there was no way to do it and we would just be locked in one card combo format forever. A consequence of this high activity is that it leads to new gameplay patterns that I would say are pretty much never seen in older metas. It is probably not well liked because it relates to Charmies and Maxies, but because decks are so actionable on your turn, it is actually a good idea to just Charmy on your turn in a lot of situations. It obviously depends on match.
This is something that we are starting to see in the TCG as well. People are realizing that, hey, Mole Charmy Meowls in particular is actually quite good against certain Mitsurugi boards. But yeah, it's kind of like, I do kind of resonate with what they're saying here is like, in 2024, I did not think I was gonna like Yu-Gi-Oh! As much in 2025 as I am liking it right now. Like, I'm not happy about every single facet of the game right now. There is decks that I dislike. There is certain cards that I think should be banned in Master Duel or TCG, right? Like that's a thing. You're always gonna have something that you feel like could make the game even better. But overall, on a satisfaction level, with 2025 Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm like so much happier than I thought I was gonna be looking at the trends in 2024. And I think it's impressive, honestly, with how quickly, in quotation marks, we've done that turnaround. Because, you know, it's just like we're going from Snake Eye, Yubel, Tenpai in 2024. We're going to like, I mean, the my least favorite deck in 25 so far, I guess, is Malice, which is like, I don't like it, but it's not nowhere near as bad as those decks, right? And I think that's good. I think that's good. And I also don't expect to like every single deck in the format. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh is a game that's like super old at this point. There's a lot of different archetypes, a lot of different types of decks, and that's okay. And I'm not gonna vibe with every single one of them. I feel like that's something I've just kind of have to come to terms with. That, like, there is going to be decks in the format that I find annoying to play against or whatever. That's just, I guess, something that's going to exist as long as those decks are not overwhelmingly powerful, right? Like how Snake Eyes was. So like, maybe it's okay that Malice exists and I'm not a fan of it. I don't enjoy playing against it as much, as long as it's not tier 0, which it doesn't seem like it is. So I think that's okay, right? But I do think that the pace at which they did it was decent, right? We've gone from like one year to another year, and it's just like already looking so much better. And hopefully, because the thing is, we're not completely free of issues in Yu-Gi-Oh! At the moment, but we are moving in the right direction. And I think that's the most important thing to note, right? Because good direction means it's likely going to be even better in 2026. Hopefully, fingers crossed, you know. Of course, releasing one other super broken archetype could ruin it again, but like at the moment, it's looking like we're going in a solid direction.
And circumstance, but I'll give a couple of examples. Duelist Advanced released, I had a K9 player win dice roll and then do first action Fool Loss. I wasn't paying that much attention because it was just a local, so I asked if he sent me first for some reason, but no, he just started his turn with Fool Loss. For a deck like Pure K9, it actually makes sense to do this. K9 has no way to convert the Fool Loss dead in their hand, so you might as well activate it and draw if your opponent has Izna or Femena or Holy Sue, and they were going to trigger the Izna anyways because their engine activates in the hand, as opposed to a deck such as Yummy, where if they didn't activate the Fool Loss on their turn, they weren't going to trigger Izna in the first place. Here's another example. I was playing Yummy yesterday, so I had 2 Fuas against Striker, and on Ray Effect, it's obvious they were going to summon 0. So I could drop both my Fuas and draw 2, but considering the Striker compromise on their Fua is actually good, it was better to split up my 2 Fuas because it threatens the 0 summon, the Ray Effect, the Lemnis Gate, and the linkage.
I will say something about the Charmies real quick, because they are kind of leaning into the Charmies being a very relevant thing in this format right now. So I like the Charmy cards, right? I have said that before. I do think the Charmy cards overall are solid for the game. They're not all good. There is negatives about them, but I think overall they are good for the health of the game. I think Charmies, we are kind of like in this middle period where we are hopefully moving away a little bit from these like crazy broken combo boards and 1-card combos doing everything and decks having room for 20 hand traps and everything. The thing is, we are kind of in this middle period right now, I feel like, where they are designing decks that are better and better into the fair hand traps, quote unquote, right? Like, you will notice this the more you play the current format. Like, cards like Imperm, Veiler, even Ash Blossom, if you're using it on your opponent's turn defensively, they don't feel like they're it anymore. You know, they don't feel like they quite do the job, which I guess is fine, because they did give us Charmies as a replacement. Well, it's just me personally, though, I don't like the fact that, like, I'm incentivized to main deck Charmies right now. I think Charmies are at its best when they're kind of, like, situated in the side deck for the most part. I don't like that I'm considering main decking 6 or even more Charmies right now in my deck, because I hate the idea of just, like, going first and drawing those dead cards. Maybe that is a way of balancing going first and second, though, right? Overall, if you look at it from an overarching perspective, if people are main decking Charmies, that makes their going first a little bit weaker. And if your opponent also plays Charmies, that makes your going first even weaker on top of that. So, like, sometimes this format, I feel like going first is a disadvantage, depending on how the hands play out. Like, sometimes I open 2 Charmies, my opponent opens 1 or 2 Charmies, I'm going first. My Charmies are not good non-engine on their turn, but they just Charmy me, so I can't make a proper board, and so actually it helps going second a lot, right? I personally don't love that I feel like I'm forced to play these cards in the main deck right now. I would feel much better if I could side deck them, but it's like, it's overall still fine. Like, it's got pros and cons, basically, and I'm just, like, noticing some of the cons, but they also have a lot of pros, of course, like making going first a lot weaker than it used to be in certain other formats. Even though, like, that's the thing, right? Going first right now is not a guarantee to win because of Charmies. The decks are still pretty good at going first, like Malice and Mitsurugi and Ryziel. They're still pretty good cards at going first. Those decks are very strong, and Charmies being in the format kind of, like, holds it all together without making going first too auto-win. I wish there was another way to do that doesn't, like, completely punish you for main decking it in so many games where you're going first, but kind of like it's kind of okay-ish. It's just something I wanted to bring up. I think it's just in general an not very satisfying to draw cards going first that you just can't use, right? I think that's just something I don't love, is drawing cards that I can't use. It's kind of like the driver issue. It's why I've always hated playing with Gamma, even though Gamma is a powerful card, but I just hate the idea of playing driver in my deck. And, like, going first, basically all the Charmies are kind of like drivers in your deck.
For my turn. It applies more with Maxi than Charmies, of course, because you would draw 3 off of Izna as opposed to 1 off Izna, but specific Charmies against certain decks will be similar. There are just so many decks that are summoning 4 or more times on your turn right now. Another great thing about the format is that a lot of the older annoying cards, such as Appaloosa or Floodgates, are much less common. Most decks can't make Appaloosa, and Pankratops being in every deck makes those cards lose power. If you can play Tikaboo, you would still play Tikaboo, and some people choose Anti-Spell, but in general, most people are on some sort of Solemns for their going first card of choice, which is just much less annoying. My explanation is a little bit messy this time because it's just based on how I feel, but I believe the best part about the format is that because decks are more engine heavy than before, and because most decks play so differently from each other, it feels like each game is very different, and that's something I feel like hasn't been present in a format really since yugioh. The format has what I like to describe as true diversity. For example, if you ask me, I will say Ryziel Malice format was more diverse than Snake Eyes format. Snake Eyes format had more top decks such as Snake Eyes, or Yubel, or Tenpai, or Memento. But all of them have the same type of gameplay feeling.
Yeah.
And you got one shot by all of them, and it just had different pictures on their cards. Ryziel Malice.
No, this is a good point. This is a good point because legitimately, those decks they mentioned are essentially the same deck. Snake Eye and Yubel is the same shit. I guess Memento wasn't as popular for us and is like more combo. I feel like more difficult, less linear maybe, but maybe that's just wrong. Tenpai was just the same in different, like it literally just looked different. It went second because the combo required you to have a battle phase, but it was literally the same gameplay. Just stop your opponent from playing, resolve one card, win the game. So that 100% in terms of your gameplay experience, I think that is true. The gameplay, even if Ryziel and Malice had only 2 top tier decks, which is arguably there was more, but like because like Fiendsmith control and whatever, but it's like 2 decks that play differently versus everything trying to do the same thing.
May have had less decks that were considered top meta decks, but the viable decks at least all play very differently. Currently, in my opinion, Duelist Advanced format has over a dozen playable decks. The 4 you see on screen right now are what most people consider to be the best decks of the format, and I also share this opinion, hence why I have made 4 videos on these individual decks. But that's not to...
So this is Vanquish Soul Canine, Yummy, Malice, and Draco Tail. Which that checks out from the last OCG report I've looked at, but there is more than that. I would tend to agree from what I'm seeing. There's other decks you can play. Like they're probably going to mention it, but off the top of my head, I know White Forest is at least playable. I think Orchist is at least playable. I think Blue Eyes is at least playable.
To say other decks are unplayable. I would say a lot of the rogue decks right now actually have a matchup that is completely fine into some of these decks, but the reason they're rogue is because they have a very mad matchup into one of these, or they're just outclassed in a certain aspect, whether that's consistency or playing into the popular non-engine. For example, I think that Memento is not at all incompetent into the Justice Hunter decks engine to engine, but it is extremely bad into Malice as well as the non-engine of the format. Striker is a more playable deck, and it matches up fine against most of these decks, but executes its game plan a bit less consistently and is also kind of taking collateral damage from Vanquish Soul. Crystron K9 is arguably as good as these, but it's just worse into blowout hand traps and going second compared to Vanquish Soul. So the gameplay of the format will primarily be how these 4 decks match up against each other. Some of these also have many hybrid builds that I'll talk about. To make it short, pretty much all these decks can beat each other. The worst in my opinion is Dragon Tail against Vanquish Soul. Most people will probably agree that matchup is quite difficult, but the other ones all match up fine into each other and are pretty close to even, or at least close enough to the point where pilot skill will be the difference consistently. I have my own opinions about some of them. For example, I actually thought Justice Hunter format was a bit of a triangle format. I think Malice is marginally unfavored against Yummy, and Yummy is slightly unfavored against Dragon Tail, and Malice is favored against Dragon Tail, but not even all players agree with me, which is the beauty of the format. People can't even agree on what decks beat each other. And that's kind of why I thought last Road of the King post looks the way it does, with Vanquish Soul first, Yummy close second, and then Malice and Dragon Tail afterwards.
They are pretty close to each other for all things considered. Like even a 7% difference between Draco Tail and Yummy is like not that much. But yeah, there's White Forest. Oh, Lunalight was also there, yeah.
Has a very favored matchup against Dragon Tail. Then there's going to be less Dragon Tail and Malice while Yummy gets better. Before Duelist Advance, Malice, Yummy, and Dragon Tail were pretty much the same representation every single week. To be honest, by far the most annoying matchup for all of these decks, in my opinion, is playing into themselves. In general, I think combo decks are not very good.
Okay, that's an interesting sentence that I would like to focus on more, because what do you mean by annoying? Because if annoying means the mirror matches are bad, then I think that is not a great sign. Even though, I mean, the format is diverse, but I think one factor for a format for me to truly like it, the mirror matches of the popular decks have to be at least solid. You know, if a mirror match is terrible, that is one thing I will absolutely hate a deck for. If the mirror match is like not skill based or whatever, like if there's like a mirror match where the player going first just wins because they're both combo decks or whatever, like that sort of stuff I hate in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is when, especially when it's the most popular deck and the mirror match is like awful.
Good at playing into themselves. I'm trying to think if there's an exception, but I can't think of one right now. So Malice and Yummy were never extremely good at playing into themselves, and then Dragon Tail was a completely fine mirror.
Is that true? Because this is from someone who has played the least amount of Malice necessary, okay, to understand the deck. But I felt like if Malice, for example, of course, Malice, if you're playing a Malice mirror, you still have to hand trap your opponent so they can't do the full combo, which is kind of the thing with any deck. Like no deck beats the full combo. But like, let's say your opponent makes like a half board in Malice. Isn't Malice kind of like okay into its own interruptions because they're like banishes, right? I guess maybe it's different in the OCG because they have Appaloosa, so maybe if they get Charmied, they end on Apple, and that's terrible. Oh, that's, I mean, yeah, okay. The half board of Apple makes a difference, I guess. Maybe that's just not true in the TCG, because in the TCG, I genuinely feel like the Malice mirror is not like the worst thing, right? Whereas like if your opponent ends on Cryptor or the 07 banish because you have like Charmied them, I think Malice itself can play well into that. Maybe that's just not true if Apple is in the
match, and it is honestly still not terrible. It's one of the better mirror matches of the format still, but they made this matchup worse for fun with the Floodgate monster.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
I do think it is a bit overrated. There are actually a lot of ways to clear it. Your hybrid engine, such as K9 or Magistus, should clear the Floodgate with the Psychic Blaster, or
we still need access to it,
or that Fiend that equips. Or you could just fuse Mududu or Green Dragon to play. So the format
they're probably right. They're more experienced with the format than me. The Draco Tail, the new Draco Tail support monster might be okay overall, but still the idea behind that is still mind-blowingly weird to me. Like, for context, if you're not aware, because this is next set in the TCG, in the deck building pack archetypes usually get one support card that is from outside the archetype. Like it's basically a free agent card, but it is very clearly targeted at the deck build packs, right? Like for example, Eclipse Twins was that for Ryziel in that set. And then Malice got the little format skipper dude that they actually don't play, and Regenesis got like a level 9 support monster or whatever. I don't remember exactly what it was, but like for these three archetypes, for Draco Tail, K9, and Yummy, Draco Tail got a new fusion monster that just freaking has a Floodgate effect for the mirror match, which is so beyond me, like how that was the support they made for it. But
incredibly diverse, and the driving forces of the format all play very differently from each other. You can say Yummy and Malice are both combo decks, but they really don't feel that similar. Malice is much more of a deck that crushes you to death with their board, while Yummy, although it has a very strong board itself, is significantly more breakable, especially with non-engine, but it is a hyper-consistent deck and has much better compromises than Malice due to so much of the deck's power being attached to the Link 1. Plus, they have a very different matchup spread because their boards don't share a single interruption. And then Dragon Tail and Vanquish Soul obviously play nothing like these two decks. Another great thing about these being the main decks is that the Justice Hunter decks are very easy to pick up and understand what you should be doing on your turn 1. So there's a low barrier to entry in terms of learning how to play them. But because they do a lot of things on your opponent's turn, there's a lot of skill expression in how you choose to execute your board, which I think is pretty much the ideal deck design.
I agree with this, and I will, to this day, I fail to understand why people call certain decks that have like quick turn 1s boring. It's like, I think it's the way cooler way to play the game if your deck is trying to do less on the first turn, but then has like different ways to use those interruptions or those cards on the opponent's turn, or maybe plays more on the opponent's turn, rather than just like executing spreadsheet combo number 3 for the Snake Eye deck because you've opened Dia Bellstar plus original Sinful Spoils, and you're supposed to like do this and this and this and this to reach unwinnable end board number 17, right? I just think it's so much more interesting if decks like get to the point quick, and then interact after, right? So like the end boards should never be like the end of the game. I think any deck, personally, I'm a combo hater, like too crazy combo. I think I'm a hater for that. If your deck makes an end board that wins the game immediately, I don't like it.
In short, the format is highly diverse, and the diversity of the format has been very fun and refreshing gameplay without as many blowouts as before. It's just a format where I'm not sure what the best deck is, and I don't think it really matters too much because I think you could play multiple different decks and top if your matchup understanding is strong enough, and especially none of these core meta decks would be a bad choice for a tournament. I personally play Vanquish Soul because it has my favorite gameplay of the four the most, but if I played any of the others, I would not say...
I think Sunny has said before that they really like engines that play on the opponent's turn, and I think K9 Vanquish Soul just screams that, right, out of every pore.
My deck is holding me back from winning a larger tournament, and most importantly, the gameplay between the decks is actually fun and vastly different. Now I'm going to go into specifics about the decks. It's just going to be a short summary.
Vanquish Soul, as we know it right now in the TCG, is a perfect example of this. The Vanquish Soul turn 1 is relatively straightforward. There's still choices to be made based on your hand, like what searches you're going for, and so on and so forth. But like the end board of Vanquish Soul is kind of nothing, right, at the moment. But like in a good way, right? Because like you're setting up interruptions and playing on your opponent's turn and stuff like that. It's very, very fun. It was just like slightly not good enough. But like the concept of that deck was very, very cool. I liked it a lot. Of course, there's also the opposite of this, where like if you're the one playing against a deck that is playing on your turn a lot, it can sometimes feel like, hey, can I actually play my turn? But I do think this is kind of like what Yu-Gi-Oh is supposed to be at this point, like, because if you're playing on your opponent's turn, you are interacting for the most part, as long as we're getting rid of like floodgates and stuff. That's a different issue though, but like I think interacting and doing things on your opponent's turn is like inherently good gameplay most of the time.
10 minutes on every single deck going in depth, then we would have a 3-hour video. So I'll start by updating the driving forces. I have videos on all 4 of these on my channel already, but there are a lot of hybrid builds right now, so I'll briefly try to summarize them. I'll talk about Dragontail first because it has the most builds. Just off the top of my head, there's a Magistus, K9, Fiendsmith, Regenesis, Primite, and King of the Swamp builds. If you haven't played against Dragontail yet, it may seem annoying.
I guess that's also a factor that seems fun about this format, is that it seems like a lot of different decks can be paired and played in a lot of different ways, which I just think is fun because it gives you options and it gives you ways to do things right in deck building, right? Like you can choose the right engines for the right time. I think that's also kind of like what draws me towards Mitsurugi in the TCG at the moment more than like Malice. Because in Mitsurugi is like there's a lot of different ways you can build it. You can play like big Ryziel package, small Ryziel package, Fiendsmith, yes, no. You can play pure, whatever, right? There's a lot of decisions to be made when you're building a Mitsurugi deck that all have impact on your tournament run, but they're all like none of those versions is bad, right? It's just all viable, and you just have to be able to compare those to each other and understand why, like the advantages and disadvantages of them and how to play them, because they all play slightly differently. And I think that's cool. And that's what a lot of these decks strike me as well, is like Draco Tail, very strong engine, pairs well with other stuff. You have like the world's your oyster when you're building this deck. And I think that's nice.
Going to not know exactly what deck you're playing against at first, but it doesn't really matter because you can kind of compartmentalize these hybrids based on what they do. I would say Magistus, K9, and Fiendsmith all kind of have the same major purpose in my opinion. You play them because you can build a negate early, which means you can stop insane blowouts, namely Retaliating C, at the expense of losing more to Maxi and Fua. I would say of the 3, this is just my opinion, but I think K9 is the best and Fiendsmith is the worst for this purpose. This is mainly due to the number of draws you can use to make this, as well as how they play into Fua. K9 plays by far the best into Fua, and Fiendsmith plays the worst. Because if you think about it like this, K9 one draw into Fua is already Ripper, and it's not unreasonable to give them one extra draw and just make the board, or you can even choose to just search follow-up with your K9s and then fuse without making the Ripper to only give them one draw total. While Magistus can make Borreload into Mini Verudris, they have less extenders than K9, so even though they have access to their Magistus cards by bridging with Rahu Dragontail, that triggers the Retaliating C, which defeats one of the primary benefits of the hybrid engine in my opinion. I think K9 is the best Dragontail build at the moment just in terms of what is positioned the best in the meta, but Magicist is my favorite to play because it's the most fun. Both are great builds though. My problem with Fiendsmith is that it's short on starters, so you're not really going to draw them. Fiendsmith has the benefit of being able to go into it, but that doesn't really help with retaliation.
This is the thing with the OCG at the moment. They've done like crazy consistency hits on Fiendsmith, and I don't know. The more I play the current format, the more I feel like the decision of not hitting Fiendsmith in the TCG was actually all right. Like, the way I feel about it is kind of how I felt about Adventure back in the day. Because when Adventure was a huge deal, everyone, and I am including myself on both issues, Adventure and Fiendsmith here, everyone put those cards on their ban list predictions and expectations, and like it needed to be like everyone was like, they need to do something about this. And I feel like looking back at it, they never hit the Adventure cards in the TCG. And looking back at it, that was just okay, because they knew that they were eventually phasing out of the game anyways. And the thing is, at that point, I'm happy that the Adventure engine stayed at full power, because some decks that still want to use it today or wanted to use it at any point in the last 1 or 2 years, they could. And they weren't like completely thrown off by like, I don't know, Griffin being banned or whatever. With Fiendsmith, right now, the engine is naturally declining in popularity. It's still good, don't get me wrong. Right now, we are not in a format where Fiendsmith is not good. Like, Fiendsmith is a viable version of some decks in the format. I just don't see why that's inherently such a bad thing, as long as it's no longer omnipresent, which it is not. You know, like, there's a lot of top decks at the moment that do not play or need Fiendsmith, because it's just fine the way it is without Fiendsmith. I do think it is still fair to want like Moon to be banned on the next ban list. I'm not saying they should definitely not do that. They could do it. I'm just saying like Fiendsmith is not as popular anymore as it was, even without a ban list hit, which I think is like fine in some ways. You know, I don't feel like Fiendsmith is over popular at the moment, or you'll see it every game, or like anything like that. I think that's okay. I do ultimately agree with you. I think the ability to access Fiendsmith in any deck from anywhere with Moon is a problem that should probably be addressed, because otherwise, like, any combo deck in the future will always be able to make a Caesar at some point, right? And that's like gonna make every engine immune to Nibiru, basically, which is a problem for future Yu-Gi-Oh design, right? So I think Moon is a very good shout. Other than that, I'm pretty sure with just like, if someone draws a Fiendsmith card, I think I'm okay with that. Like, I think Moon is the only thing that I would like to see go at some point. Or Caesar, I guess. I think Caesar could also go. I think that would also be basically the same level of hit, basically, is Caesar or Moon.
Because you had to fuse to even establish 2 monsters in the first place. If it's still somehow completely unhit, I think this build could be good in the TCG. Caesar kill Retaliating Sea is going to be very good, but we're just missing too much of the Fiendsmith engine here in the OCG. Next is Primite. I wish I could say that I am someone who can play any deck as long as it is strong, but I just don't think 100% with logic. How a deck...
Caesar isn't going anywhere with the DDD support coming. I agree with you. I'm not expecting it. I'm definitely not expecting it. I'm just saying from a game balance perspective, I think that would be the smartest. But with DDD support on the horizon, that's probably your answer as to why Caesar didn't get banned in the TCG. So I don't expect it to happen. I'm just saying that's what I would do if it was just for the balancing of the Fiendsmith engine, not considering the other effects, right?
Is very important to me, and I don't like this deck, so be aware that I am biased against almost all Primate builds. I think Primate is a cool engine, and it's good for the game.
Bro hates
but
vanillas.
The package is 6 additional normal summons and 1 normal monster brick if your deck wasn't already going to play it for 1 payoff. So almost all Primate decks are built in a way where I don't like how they feel. Dragontail is already a deck with 6 very important normal summons, so the barrel will trade off with these. Murudu is the way you play around Imperm, and Rucius is your value and consistency normal summon. It just feels very bad. It's a popular build, but I don't like it. Primite can protect against Retaliating Sea, but you have to hard open 5 mana or be able to normal Rucius in order to...
No, it isn't the smartest, since Fiendsmith does the same and engines naturally play through Nib now. In most games, you didn't even go for Caesar. Your name is DDD Purist, and you're just arguing against the Caesar ban because no, Caesar ban is pretty smart in the sense of balancing Fiendsmith. Don't worry about it. It's not gonna happen, but you don't have to tell me it's not the smartest, DDD purist, okay? It's like the meme with the send tweet thingy, and it's just like Caesar in front of the PC. It's like, yeah, actually banning Caesar is not very smart. Send tweet.
Search my meta, but that implies that you open Dark Magician, so it rarely makes Dragoon without activating a spell card. And I guess lastly is something more pure, like a full non-engine or King of the Swamp build. I think King of the Swamp is basically outdated at this point, and the non-engine build has an almost unwinnable matchup in the Vanquish Soul. It's also the worst against retaliating and the targeted hate. That's just my opinion, so of all the hybrids right now, the one that feels the best to me is the K9 deck, for the meta, the current meta at least.
You just love K9 cards, Sonny. You love playing on your opponent's turn.
But I do also think the Magus deck is very strong. Next is Yummy. I would say the hybrids are Primite, Striker, Pure, and Fiendsmith. And then there's also Purely Yummy, but that's more of a Purely deck than a Yummy deck, and honestly, it's more like artwork synergy than actually being good together. I'll start by addressing Striker. I think that build is still playable, but fell off mainly for reasons I didn't understand before. The first issue is that you don't really want to play just Engage and Hornet Drones because it's 4 copies of the same card, and you don't want to play 1 Hornet Drones or you never draw it. So obviously you want to play a utility card, and Widow Anchor is the best one because unlike something such as Afterburners, it's actionable when you go first. The issue is that Imperm is already not strong right now, so if Imperm is not strong, then you definitely don't want to play Widow Anchor. And then the Striker package just ends up...
That is only partially true, I think, because I do think Widow Anchor has upsides over Imperm. Like, if you're going first, it's possible that a negate is not good, because they can still make use of the body, but if your deck can set up 3 spells in the graveyard, taking and negating is potentially a lot different. Other than that, I agree. But also going second is the same thing, right? Like, the Imperm is probably... I mean, as a hand trap, it's better than Widow Anchor, but as a board breaker on your turn, Widow Anchor has advantages because you don't have to start with it.
Being clunky. There are instances where...
Yummy doesn't really set up 3 spells to my knowledge. Possible. Maybe you would only consider it in a very high spell count version of the deck or whatever, but I'm just answering to the point of, if Imperm isn't great, then Widow Anchor is also, like, bad, which I don't think is always true. Most of the time it's going to be true, but there is scenarios where Widow Anchor is a better card than Imperm.
Widow Anchor is better than Imperm. For example, if you want to play and then use it to stop something such as the Yummy Link 1, then it's actionable there where Imperm is not. I've seen 1 drones. I've seen 1-to-2 ratio on drones and Engage, but it typically doesn't get played at a bigger ratio than that anymore. The second issue is that the extra deck, which was formerly pretty perfect at 15, is actually quite tight now. With the new Link 2 and Starham, and some players also choosing to play the Mikan Echo, this level 3 Formula Synchron to double arc like them, then fitting Kagari ends up having big opportunity cost. You also need a way to kill towers such as Goddess or Mosquito. And also with K9's increasing popularity, Droll is completely back in the meta where it was useless before, and that's another issue with Engage. By the way, I've seen a little bit of confusion around Starham. I think Road of the King explained it a little bit confusing last week.
If this card is Synchro Summon, discard a card, special summon a monster from your grave that were used as material for this card's Synchro Summon, and if you do, it's treated as a tuner. This card is in your grave, you can discard 2 cards, special summon this card with Banshee when it leaves the field. You can only use these easy effects of Starham once per turn.
The beast, so you can summon it when you Obedient Schooled, but it's not a synchro climbing tool. It's that the yummies you summon from Starham get their synchro effect, and then you can link it off into the Link 1, so it helps in some weird grind games.
Okay.
Pure Yummy is fine. It's always been fine, and the deck feels pretty good. I would say there are 13 1-card starters, which is on the edge of being consistent, so some players also opt to play maps as well to get over 90%. And then Primite's the newest one. Road of the King explains Primite quite well. I don't have much to add. I think it weirdly makes more sense than Dragontail build because Yummy doesn't need its normal summon to be their main engine, so you can play the Primite package without sacrificing your engine to non-engine ratio, but I also would just rather play Pure because I just don't like playing the Primite engine. Malice and Vanquish Soul I have not much updates for. They're pretty much the same as when I made my deck overviews. Malice I feel like is a little bit disrespected at the moment. Like a lot of OCG meta breakdowns I see on YouTube, I see say Malice is the 4th best deck, or they'll say pretty much the order the decks are represented in Road of the King is the order of the deck strength. Malice could be the 4th best deck right now. I don't know for certain, but I don't see it as noticeably worse than these other 3, especially because Malice becomes incredibly powerful the less it's prepped for. So when you consider that all of the...
It's funny because we're almost in the same situation in the TCG right now, right? Malice is losing popularity, but I have a hard time just... I mean, I make fun of it for it because you know me, but I actually don't think that necessarily means Malice is bad. Like the numbers that decks do well in is not always one-to-one exactly their quality. You know, there's other factors that lead to these sort of things. Like maybe Malice is just not as popular as these other decks, and so the other decks have a better chance at performing anyways. Because maybe people are tired of Malice because it's older than these 3 other decks, and people just enjoy the gameplay more of these other 3. But just strength-wise, it might still be on par with them or something like that. There's a lot of other factors in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Than just raw power. You know, like, believe it or not, but a lot of people, even at the higher levels, like myself included sometimes, we do pick decks based on other factors than just raw strength. Like we try to make meta calls, we try to play that we are biased towards the decks we like more or we enjoy more. This is something that I think almost no one can exclude themselves from. Like I sometimes pick a deck just because I think it looks more fun than another deck if they're close to each other in power level. I'll do that, you know, like that happens. Depends on the format, I guess, but
the top meta decks need different answers. That means you never really have space for Nyalis, so you basically only have Lancia and potentially Fua to cover Malice. Some topping lists recently don't even side Lancia.
Do they really prioritize enjoyment over deck power more though? See, some people definitely do. I think the higher you go in terms of competitive level, the less often you will find that. But the thing is that it's very hard to quantify power on a deck, right? So it's very often, it's more like a feeling, right? You try certain decks for a certain amount of time and you have a feeling as to how good they are. And like, if I'm playing 2 decks, I have a feeling that they are roughly about the same power. It's hard to make a difference between the 2. It's hard to say like, okay, this deck is definitely better than this one. In those kind of situations, which happen more often than you think, in those type of situations, I tend to pick the deck that I think like is more fun or I can play better, or maybe even that I think is like a better call because less people prepare for it. And like right now in the TCG, if you look at, for example, Malice and Mitsurugi, I don't think there's a clear, super clear answer which of the 2 is better. But I can tell you from my perspective, Mitsurugi seems more fun, and Mitsurugi also has less silver bullets against it because like Lancia, Chaos Hunter, Meowls exist for Malice, and for Mitsurugi, there's only really Droll and Lockbird, and Droll and Lockbird, depending on your hand, is also not even always that bad for you. So it's like there is other factors if 2 decks are close to each other that can decide, you know? And it might be the same in the OCG at the moment.
Yeah, it's just complete disrespect. Malice is also one of the best decks into the K9 engine, and also one of the best decks against Vanquish Soul. Malice can try to set up Appaloosa before triggering Izna if they play into Ash Blossom, and because it is an impulse deck, it has more ways to stop the Holy Suit double pop line, encouraging them to go for a steal, which is often not enough. Impulse has problems as well because a lot of the best tech cards this format are Earth, and Droll is a wind, so Impulse conflicts with a lot of good non-engine, but it is still a card that is good against every single deck. I tested Malice tonight, and there were 2 Vanquish Soul matches where I won both with low difficulty. It's really bad for Vanquish Soul that they reveal their entire hand to you when they try to interrupt your turn 1. Somehow, the non-engine in Vanquish Soul keeps going lower, and it's already so low. I don't really agree with that necessarily. You can add Case and then more K9s, but you can't fit that many rank 5s, so they end up just being consistency cards for something that you can already bridge into. We're reaching the point where some people are only playing Shifter, Maxi, and Ash Blossom for non-engine.
Will Mitsu go to the OCG2 eventually? I'm curious how it would fare. They will eventually get it. It's just like there's no set time or set for it, I'm pretty sure. It's just like they'll get it, but we have no idea when exactly.
Just 6
At
cards,
least
and that's
I don't.
just
Maybe
going to be a
it's
big
been
problem
announced
when
or
you play
something,
against
but I
combo.
don't know.
Now, I'm going to talk about some rogue decks.
It's always September. Oh, is it all? Do they always get like an import pack in September? Okay, apparently it's September.
The reason I think rogue decks are strong right now is because they can beat the meta decks without high difficulty, assuming the pilot understands the matchup. So I'll start with decks that haven't been released to the TCG yet.
Lunalight seems scary.
The first one is Striker. This is the first time I think Striker has been remotely competitive since it got released. Sky Striker is a deck that is probably not as strong as the top meta decks. It struggles with Vanquished Soul in particular, but since it always had an engine that was strong going second, it produces a hand that can break boards very often. Let's take the best board in the format, for example. I would probably say that's a Malice board. Actually, the best board is the Morganite board, but the Malice board is the best one in terms of what is consistently being made by decks.
Don't say Morganite board!
It is very reasonable for Striker to break the Malice end board if they draw a strong enough hand. If you hit 3 spells while having 4 or more cards in hand, it becomes very challenging for the Malice player to have enough interrupts without non-engines such as Ash or Impulse. Or Droll and Lockbird, of course, but that will just one-shot you regardless of deck. And you don't really want to summon...
The more I'm thinking about future Yu-Gi-Oh!, the more I feel like we need a replacement for Droll and Lockbird. And I say replacement on purpose because I don't think you can just ban Droll because there are some strategies that'll just go crazy. But I think we need to talk about like that card. I think Charmies do a lot to replace Maxi, and like they should probably ban Maxi soon in the OCG as well. They really should. The Charmies are doing their job. You know, Charmies are popular. Charmies are good. They help going second a lot. People cannot use them going first to back up their boards and shit. Like they need to get rid of Maxi, but that's a different story. Droll and Lockbird, I think, needs to go. And then because we need to get rid of that lingering stuff. That isn't a Charmy. Like if the hand trap is lingering but it's not a Charmy, I think it's just far too toxic overall as a concept because it just invalidates too many things. The problem is some of those things deserve to be invalidated. Is the thing with Droll and Lockbird. There are certain combos, certain stuff that needs to be punishable by a hand trap. Because if all these combos from now on are going to be like immune to Valor, Imperm, Ash, Nibiru, because the decks are getting better into those cards naturally, right? That's just something that happens at the moment. Like decks are getting better and better and better at beating those kind of hand traps. I think Droll and Lockbird at the moment feels like a necessary evil, but I wish it wasn't, which I think just means they need to do something that like is similar. My personal suggestion was a Molt Charmy that is shared ride, basically not stopping your opponent from doing something completely, but like basically incentivizing to not do as much, where it's like, you know, it's a Charmy, and you can only use it when your board is empty, and if your opponent adds a card, you draw a card, right? So it's like, I think that'd be fine. I think that'd be okay. Personally, in my mind, if I'm playing a deck that searches a lot, I would much rather play against this than I would play against Droll, especially going second, right? That's the thing. A card like that existing would heavily punish certain combo decks, but if you're trying to go second with Sky Striker and break a board, you're not getting Drolled because that's a Charmy card. It can't be used behind the board, which was kind of like another big factor about Maxi. Is like, Max, maybe you can justify Maxi going second, but you can never justify making a board and then Maxi behind it. I think the same is true with Droll and Lockbird. I think you will find so many examples where Droll and Lockbird going second is 100% justified, but if someone makes a board and then Drolls you behind it, it's just not fine, you know? And I think that would be one solution that I actually would love to see. But I think that is a major thing about the future of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just not fun if you're under a lingering Droll and Lockbird. And the more decks they make that ignore these kind of other hand traps, people are going to flock towards Droll and Lockbird like they're doing right now. And that's going to be, it's just not fun gameplay. Dude, even playing Droll yourself is not fun gameplay, I think. Because Droll and Lockbird still, in its nature, is so hit or miss. Like, there's like so many games where I draw Droll and Lockbird, and I hate the fact that I'm forced to play that card. But I feel like at the moment, it's almost like, I mean, it's got to be in your main deck or side deck for Raziel Mitsurugi. Somewhere, it has to be somewhere. But it's just not, it's fun for nobody. With Droll and Lockbird, I think. And like, I think that's one of the bigger deals with like just game design future for Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I think people sometimes overestimate the importance of, I mean, engine design is of course also very important to Yu-Gi-Oh! But non-engine design might be even more important because that is so like format defining and game defining over the course of multiple years and formats. Like they make a card like Droll and Lockbird in 2000 and I don't know when it came out, 11 or something. It shapes up the game for like years and years and years. They make one archetype that's designed badly. Like, okay, yeah, it ruins a format and then they get rid of it. Or maybe it ruins 2 formats because they don't get rid of it fast enough. But like that stuff is going to phase out. Like if they make bad non-engine decisions, I think that's even worse. And so I think that's why it was so huge that they eventually banned Maxi in the TCG. Of course, they finally started hitting Dimension Shifter and Floodgates and stuff like that, because the non-engine is even more important than I think like archetypes design. And I think Roland Lockbird is the next big one to talk about.
Binder to banish 2 of their
I mean,
spells
we've been talking about it already, but I think I really think it's time.
Or Reinforcement of the Army, especially when GWC Whitebinder is the strongest interrupt of the deck, and the deck has 3 Widow Anchors to stop that. The ceiling of Striker is extremely high right now. I think it's better if I go over the 3 new cards first. I actually don't.
Dude. I know I'm getting one guide right now, but after I'm going on all that tangent how we need a replacement for Droll, the best comment you could have made was, Droll needed or Mitsu become unstoppable. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. Thank you for listening and comprehending so much of what I just said.
I don't have any of them, so I'll try to put up images instead. The first one is Amatsu. This card is, in my opinion, reads amazing, but is very disappointing in practice. I thought this card would be a lot better than it is because it almost sounds like Phantom of Bell, but the 2000 attack point limitation is just far too restricting, and every single good deck can basically ignore the Amatsu at the moment. Maybe in the future meta it will be very good, but right now it is not very good. The second card is Zero, and this card is obviously very good. It searches Engage, but I will say the effect to summon Ray and Rose getting stopped is extremely devastating. I lose almost every time that happens, so it is very, very scary to play the second effect into Ash Blossom, or Impulse, or Called By, for example. The third card is the real surprise for me, Lemnis Gate. I think this card is very powerful. At first, I'm pretty sure many people thought the same things as me, that Zero was the God support card and that Lemnis Gate was just a playable card, but it has insane utility. It's always in the graveyard because you can just Shizuku and put it in your graveyard. It lets you dodge Called By, which is completely devastating because Called By on Zero and Ray is very painful for the deck, and it's also an insane game finisher. The way Striker is built now, it is not.
This card, now that I'm rereading it, I remembered it as like a replacement for Hercules base, I think is how I phrased it in my initial assessment of the new Striker cards. But the way I'm reading it now is like, it's also just like an insane interruption, right? Like a quick play spell that can bounce a bunch of cards at once. Feels like it's just like a very strong disruption, because I focused more on the recycling effect, like the ability to just be like to get all the links back into your extra deck, which I think is still a factor for it. But the ability to just like have another interruption that isn't a Widow Anchor, you know, is a thing. Also, I'm also just now noticed, maybe I noticed it back then as well, but you can have monsters in the main monster zone when you play this card, right? It's like it's maybe the only Sky Striker spell that you can use when you have monsters in the main monster zone. I guess multi-roll you can use. But the fact that you can now, instead of having, if you have 2 Widow Anchors, for example, it's a little awkward, right? Because you can Widow Anchor the first one, and if you take, the second Widow Anchor is dead. So you're basically, the first Widow Anchor is only imperm, unless you use both at the same time, but that's not always what you want to do. If you now have the ability to set up 2 spells on your first turn, you can set this one and a Widow Anchor, and then you can just use the Widow Anchor first, take, no problem, and then use the Lemnis Gate to bounce after. It's no problem. No counter. They don't counter themselves basically anymore. And that's this card is actually quite strong. Yeah,
not at all difficult to shuffle 6, and even more surprising is that you can shuffle more than 6. I've shuffled 12 before, and if you're shuffling 6 with Lemnis Gate, then it pretty much breaks every board in the format. Non-targeting bounce is just way too strong. The effect to Link in Graveyard is also very important because it lets you have more interrupts on their turn while searching follow-up. For example, if you resolve 0 effects to summon Ray and Rose, you can Ray into Kagari and then Lemnis Gate into Azalea, or if you have Rose in hand, you can make Azalea Temperance. Another weird strength of Striker is that it kind of has a Tenpai-like effect where you don't know what they choose to go post-board. Game 1, they'll choose to go first, but game 2 and 3, they might choose second, and that makes it really awkward to decide. Like, I had a game I lost because my hand was Pankratops and Evenly, and they sent me first. But you can't just side going first cards because then they'll catch you with the Solemns. So Striker is honestly quite powerful at the moment, but it does kind of lose to the same things as before. Droll is very bad. I will say Droll is good against a lot of decks right now, but it is the best against Striker. Evenly is going to be very bad, and we also have some crazy people still siding anti-spells, but Striker is absolutely very strong, and I personally think it could top big events. So the second one is Moonlight.
Crazy
This
people.
is by far the deck I know
They're
the
on
least about.
anti-spell.
I played against it a few times. Just raw power-wise, what it actually does is pretty ridiculous. This deck makes 2 unaffected towers, and both of them Raigeki your opponent because they're soft once per turn, and they also have a spell trap negate.
Dude,
And the deck kills you with relative ease.
This card is scary, man. It's completely unaffected, and it's Raigeki if you have a monster that's bigger than it. This card is kind of crazy, man.
It goes second.
That's a crazy win condition.
Or what its matchups are, I honestly don't have a very good idea, but it seems strong enough. The way it plays, I would kind of describe it as Fusion Memento, or I guess Memento is a fusion deck, but what I meant is that you can just foolish to search names, go through until you have 4, but instead of summoning the 5k, you make a Towers, and the continuous spell card turns Polymerization into Miracle Fusion, which lets you make a second Towers. If this deck were secretly top tier, I wouldn't be surprised, and if it's too inconsistent or bad at playing into Interruption, then I wouldn't know. But it's also one of the only Impulse decks, and obviously Impulse is OP. Pure Canine is a deck that I think is outclassed by other Canine builds, but is definitely still playable. It still tops, and it's not at all a deck you can disrespect because it's very easy to lose to the end board without any non-engine. Nash or C104 are very good monsters, and Ripper is also a very good monster. It falls off a bit now that Droll is back as well though. And then Canine Crystron is a combo deck, and I did think it was better than Pure Canine before Vanquish Soul was released. Canine just pairs really well with combo decks that already play level 5s because it makes hand trap protection really early and giving your level 5s more utility. The level 5s are only locked from light exceeds, which means you can use them to make your level 7 synchros in certain combos, which is very convenient. And because of Riverstormer, they bridge into each other using Scrap Recycler. I would say Crystrons have better synergy with K9 than Vanquish Soul because Vanquish Soul can't bridge into Vanquish Soul with K9. I respect this deck a lot. I didn't do any math for decks outside of the top 4, so I don't know how consistent it is exactly, but this deck feels very consistent to me. It's not...
It doesn't feel like Vanquish Soul has the bridging synergy, like the K9 cards can't access you, the Vanquish Soul cards, but at the same time, they are also playing them for different purposes, right? Like the Vanquish Soul deck is just playing the K9 cards, I think, at least from my perspective, because they are very good hand traps in general that have the right attributes for your deck, which is something that Vanquish Soul was always looking for, right? Like whenever we build a Vanquish Soul deck, we're looking for hand traps that have the correct attributes so we can always like resolve our stuff. And it's like, well, they are kind of that, right? Yeah. K9 can bridge into Vanquish Soul. Didn't they just say the exact opposite? Didn't they say K9 cannot bridge into Vanquish Soul? How does K9 bridge into Vanquish Soul?
Not a 1-card starter deck, but it has very non-specific 2-card combos, so it feels quite good to play, honestly. It feels more consistent to me than Vanquish Soul because there are a lot of Vanquish Soul cards that don't do anything, like Jiaolong unless you have 6/6A in Holy Su, or Borger and Caesar without a normal summon. In my opinion, Crystron is probably the most consistent deck of the format and making a massive amount of negates. In a previous video, I discussed Whitewood's making a ton of Omni negates, but it honestly struggles to access those Omni negates in a lot of games. This deck makes 6 of these interrupts pretty much every game with low difficulty. Ripper, Nash, Izuna, which can make the Chronomaly on their turn, FA Dawn Dragster, Cyber Dragon Infinity, SP, the level 9 Synchro Monster, which banishes 3 cards on your opponent's field or graveyard, their Trap card, which pops 2 face-up cards. Dark Ruler will help, but no one is playing that because it's not really good against the rest of the meta, so it's better to just play other generic cards. It has problems, of course. Droll, Lancia, and Shifter are very good against Crystron, so that's something to consider. People say Crystron is good against Lancia because you can just play with your canines instead, but that's kind of like saying Malice is good against Lancia because they just play with their ad inningsters instead. Sometimes you just don't draw those cards, and I would say this deck's fall-off is mainly because people think Vanquish Soul is better. It has much better blowout compromises. It's the far better deck at going second. It is highly resilient to blowouts such as Tikaboo and Shifter, and can even play those cards themselves. But Crystron is very dangerous. It's one of my least favorite decks to play against in the format, and was something I was seriously considering before Duelist Advance. The next deck is Onomat Ryziel. This is a very popular deck at the moment. The way I would describe this deck is that it is a full combo deck. It really does not play like Ryziel at all. The build with the Max Goblinbergs and the double Ouroboros to rip 4 cards out of your hand turn 1, that build I don't think is that good. It does that combo extremely easily, but it's more of a targeted counter. Like the amount of times I pull off the hand rip combo were against Vanquish Soul, which isn't necessarily the main decking the tools to stop a Go First FDK deck. The build with a much smaller Onomat package and only 1 Ouroboros, and the extra deck to fit utilities such as Exciton and Tornado Dragon, that one is basically just Ryzeal. So I think that one is a bit better. It has more going second tools, but I think it's just worse than Ryzeal, and even worse is that because Ryzeal's so hit, it's not easy to bridge into your Ryzeals into a board. So I think it ends up just being a worse deck than Ryzeal was, which was not necessarily going to be one of the best decks in Justice Hunter format anyways. So I'm going to go over a couple of older decks now. The first one is Memento. So Memento does not match up terrible against the top decks that aren't Malice. For example, if you look at Yummy, it
now it's
has
just a
flips
format
and
discussion
pops and surprise bounces.
I mean,
These are not the best interrupts to have against Memento.
Whitewoods, Orcus.
Targeting pops and flips actually might be the worst interrupts into Memento, and they definitely don't win going second. So for the Yummy player, they basically have no choice but to make Arclight during their turn 1 every single time. It's not even about having negate.
Sunny not
It's
putting
that you need
K9
the
everywhere
Arclight
challenge.
to floodgate their Goblin, their Horse, and their Sleepy Dump, and also fusing from
K9
hand.
is kind of
But
a very
if they must
popular
make the
engine in
Arclight,
the
then they
OCG
have no
right
choice
now,
but
you
to play
know?
Nib, and also just having any breakers such as Pangratops or Raigeki is clearing the Arclight, and then they're playing engine to engine where it's not good. Now, they could be on the Mikaneko build where they make 2 Arclights, and in that case, you will probably lose, but you know, if you lose coin flips to those players, then it is what it is. Dragon Tail also does not feel bad at all. The issue with Memento is that it lines up horrible with the non-engine right now. Bell is popular for the first time in forever, and that means they can just trade with your Memento fusion, and Retaliating Sea is obviously a massive problem as well, and everyone is citing that for Dragon Tail. K9 is everywhere, and Ripper Negate is also quite annoying. It's just not the best time to be playing Memento, even though engine to engine, it's actually fine. I tried to fix this. I tested K9 Memento for a bit, and to be honest, it felt pretty good. It insulates against Retaliating Sea. It doesn't cost any meaningful deck space since Izunas are hand traps, and Jokul doesn't clog your horse because it just brings it out. But then I thought about it, and it's like, why am I playing K9 Memento when I could just be playing Vanquish Soul instead? The popularity of the deck was always low though, so I think it's even less represented than it could be. I was pretty much the last Memento player in my city, so if I'm not playing it, then there's not really going to be any Memento players. Whitewoods is another combo deck. I never really liked this deck because it just seemed like an outclassed combo deck to me. It plays poorly into Droll while something such as Memento doesn't, and it's actually the worst combo deck in the Droll because Malice and Memento ignore it, while the K9 combo decks just play with Ripper and Izuna. It bricks more because it has random engine requirements that are only there for the combo, such as Curse of Diabel. I know it sounds like a lot, but there are only 8 spells and traps you actually want to send for your Whitewoods effects. 3 of those are...
I do feel like Whitewoods, as much as the current Whitewoods or White Forest power level, or the end board and the game plan of White Forest is still somewhat cringe, I still feel like power level wise, this deck is kind of where I, as someone who doesn't like combo, I'm kind of like willing to accept a combo deck at this sort of power level where it's not the best deck in the format, but it's like playable to the point where if someone really wants to play a combo deck, they can play it. I think I have an issue with combo decks when they become like stronger than that level. When it's like overly popular, overly powerful, that kind of thing. I don't know. It's kind of just something like I've come to terms with the fact that combo decks will exist and that you have to like respect them in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I mean, let's be real, combo decks are not going to completely be extinct, even in Justice Hunter format. But it's just like, as long as they're not everywhere, and as long as their power level is somewhat balanced, as long as they have weaknesses, I think it's okay. Just like how I feel like almost any playstyle should probably be represented somewhere at a playable level.
Field spell, which lock you out of your Azumina cards. So a lot of games, you don't have a good send, and then it becomes very expensive to play. Its nib protection also comes later than other combo decks unless you open Azumina access. By the time you've gone through Selene Apo, if you started with the field spell, you've most likely also gone through the Rhoda, the Quick Play, Rushiela, Diabel, and Elzat Azumina Search Wanted. So you'll probably still win because you'll have the Sin Adjudicator set up at that point, but it's just something other combo decks don't have to deal with. It's not an excellent deck going second because its engine is just there to access your extra deck, and also the 1 to 2 card starter combo isn't even as strong as the other combo decks. The ceiling of Whitewoods is pretty much the highest, but you basically need 3 engine cards in order to access all of the interrupts. You won't make Barone, the Azumina cards, or access Woes unless you open other engine, for example. But if you manage to send Wanted and the Sin Adjudicator to make the Saint Azumina, then you'll win every time. I'm not trying to make it seem like it's a horrible deck. It has charming lines, but most decks do at this point. It's still one of the strongest decks going first when it can play, and it is very popular, so you will see it in tournament. I just never thought this deck was better than other combo decks in the format. And then the last deck is Orchest. Orchest is a deck where I feel like it is something you think is an insane deck when you play against it, but then when you play as Orchest, it feels very bad. This is just
I had this when I was still under the impression I was going to play German nationals this year before they announced the Master Duel qualifiers on the same weekend. Orchest comes out before German nationals, and I tested Orchest a little bit, and because I felt like the concept of the deck sounded so good to me, where it's like it's a mid-rangey deck. It doesn't make the craziest end board, but it's got pretty solid one-card combos. You know, like all things considered, the end boards that Orchest makes with the new support are pretty all right, pretty strong actually. Nothing too crazy, but pretty strong. And it's like, oh, it has non-engine space. It can play Impulse and everything. Like, it sounded so promising. But then you play it and you actually just realize it doesn't have enough starters. It's so frustrating. It just doesn't have enough starters. Because the new Link monster that they get, you need an Orchest for it. So if you start playing cards like, I don't know, Scrap Recycler or Armageddon Knight or whatever, that technically are also one-card combos, you get hand trapped on those, you cannot do anything. You are passing the turn. So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't, and then the more fancy you get with deck building with Orcas, like let's say you play like, I don't know, Allure of Darkness and Orchestrated Return or whatever at multiple copies to get the deck more consistent, all of a sudden you don't have enough non-engine space anymore. I don't know. It's weird.
My opinion. But the deck is not excellent consistency-wise.
Yeah.
If you just count the one-card starters, there's Girsu and Harpor, and then 2 goods, and then the real Foolish Burial, and also Prosperity.
It's not
and
enough.
Obviously, there's 2-card combos you can use, such as normal summoning Symbol Skeletons, and then sending another Orcus, such as Nightmare. And you can send the Brick Orcus with your breakers, such as Super Poly and Droplet as well. I don't know if we have to go back to some toss format logic and play Armageddon Knight, Mathematician, Scrap Recycler, or something. But you really don't want to do that because you add normal summons to a deck with normal summons already, and then these normal summons don't make the Link 1 and are highly interruptible, so they're horrible in the hand traps as opposed to normaling an Orcus monster. But the problem with Orcus, the main problem with Orcus is that there's kind of just no reason to play it unless you like Orcus. That's always the greatest sin a deck can have. It's not being weak or bad, it's being outclassed, and there's not really an advantage Orcus has over Malice, for example. It plays worse into everything since it loses to both Lancia and Shifter. It doesn't have good Charming compromises, but when it plays, the actual deck is strong. It's one of the few Impulse decks, and the board is smaller than Crystron, Whitewoods, Memento, and Malice, but the board is still pretty much unpassable. There's also no Bystials right now, so that's another thing that helps Orcus a lot. You can easily lose to Orcus if you play any of the top decks. And then I think that is pretty much everything relevant. Some people might be curious about the new lore.
Dude, it sounds like a fun format, though. That's the thing. That's the takeaway from all this. Of course, we yapped about this for way longer than I anticipated, but I think that's the sign of a good discussion video, is when it gives you stuff to talk about for a lot. I enjoyed that.
Deck. People will play the
sounds
deck.
Fun, dude.
As it is right now, it is rubbish. And then Blue Eyes is another one. I think that Blue Eyes is a bit power crept at the moment. I always kind of had a low opinion of Blue Eyes. You can still test it out. It's obviously not incapable of winning. It's just not strong, and I think it aged worse than all the other old decks. The last deck that might be relevant is Stun. I don't want to talk too much about it because no one ever believes me, but I understand the logic on why Stun is bad, except there's a devoted group of Stun players where I live who play nothing but Stun or Woman decks, and if they go first, early Morganite, draw the Christia, or Vanity's Ruler, then you will lose no matter what you do. It's not even like the deck is guaranteed to lose going second when they have breakers and cards such as Equation Cannon, and unlike Lab, they play the full Equation Cannon package levels 1 through 7 for Fusion, so the range gets extended too, even if you're a deck that usually cannot get hit by Equation Cannon.
Wait, what did you say? I didn't pay attention.
Equation Cannon, like the Morganite draw group of Stun, but I understand the logic on why Stun is bad, except there's a devoted group of Stun players where I live who play nothing but Stun or Woman decks, and if they go first, early Morganite, draw the Christia, or Vanity's Ruler, then you will lose no matter what you do.
I didn't even. I was looking at my second screen. What? Okay, dude. Yeah. Okay.
It's not even like the deck is guaranteed to lose going second when they have breakers and cards such as Equation Cannon, and unlike Lab, they play the full Equation Cannon package levels 1 through 7 for Fusion, so the range gets extended too, even if you're a deck that usually cannot get hit by Equation Cannon. So lastly, I just want to say, I will most likely be taking a break from the game for a while, despite the fact that the format is so excellent, mainly because I will not be attending a WCQ this season. Every day they let out a couple spots at 1 p.m., but I failed again today, and most of my testing group is in, but there's still 4 of us that aren't. and I can try again.
Oh, it's a registration issue kind of thing where I've heard this. I mean, we are starting to get that issue a little bit in the TCG as well, where like, you know, for some of you guys that might just be completely natural, but back in my day, we didn't actually have to get tickets for YCSs. You just went and you just showed up and you registered on the Friday or Saturday and it was no problem. We've reached a point where you need to pre-register for all kinds of you have to pre-register for these events, and there's like actually most of the tournaments do sell out at this point in Europe, right? At least. Where like I think most of the big nationals sell out, most of the YCSs sell out. I don't know how bad it is in terms of like how long you have to get a ticket, because I know, for example, European Championship, right? European Championship, I do believe the first wave of tickets, I put myself a timer to sign up for it, and I think the tickets were gone in like 40 minutes or something. So not like the crazy level where you have to like get it immediately or you'll be completely cooked, but you have to be there when the tickets open, and like you did have to you did have to get it early. Maybe 30 minutes or 40 minutes is not completely accurate. I don't know. I got my ticket within the first 2 minutes or whatever, so I didn't like stay around and check when they were sold out, but they were sold out within the first hour. And this is something that in the OCG, at least for, I've heard it from like YCS Japan, is like it's even crazier, where, because it's like, you know, there's like 8,000 people sometimes attending YCS Japan, and they're getting like crazy venues for it, but there's still more demand. And like it seems to be a real thing, of course, with when the game is growing, that that is unfortunately just a natural thing. And it's like I think it's like, especially where I don't actually know which country Sunny is from. Maybe they've said it at some point, but I haven't remembered. It's like if it's like a smaller country in the OCG territories where they don't have super frequent events, like maybe just one huge WCQ, which is the one you work towards, like maybe the entire year even, and they don't have frequent YCSs like Japan does or whatever, and then you don't get a ticket to that one WCQ. I think that can be very frustrating. I get that. I hope they get a ticket still if there's
tomorrow,
still time.
And I'm still going to be going in person to see if enough people drop out and I can register, but my hopes are low because my friends are also going in person, and I'm sure there are others as well. I know Yu-Gi-Oh is a game and it's primarily played for fun, but for me personally, I lose a lot of enjoyment when I feel like I don't have a goal. And it's not even about making it to Worlds this year. I'm not delusional about this. I know I'm not ready to go to Worlds yet. I have gameplay posted on the channel, and then you can watch me play until I haven't reached top level play yet. If the stars align and I drew perfect every single game, Max D glued to my hand, and I somehow lucked my way into Worlds, I would just not be a good representative for my country. But I really wanted to start competing at the bigger events because it's really the only way I can tell how much more I have to learn. How close am I to reaching top competitive level? Online is one thing, but playing online with flashing indicators telling me which triggers I have is just not the same. And as it is right now, I don't see how it's possible for me to ever qualify for Worlds from my country unless there's an infrastructure change.
Yeah. I mean, even if it's not like, even if you don't think it's super likely you're going to go, I think having the perspective and the ability to try is, I think, important. So I totally get that. And if there's still time to register, you know, good luck. Hope you can make it.
I'm not saying it's easy to go to Worlds in other countries, but in North America, for example, you weren't denied the chance to compete because if you had the financials, you could attend more larger events, as opposed to my country with very few large events, an extremely large player base, and thus incredibly competitive registration. The first challenge is even being able to attend a qualifier, of which there are very few, all capped with registration.
It's weird. You'd hope that if they had if like what they're saying is true, if there's a large player base in that country, you would hope that eventually they would move to bigger locations to accommodate those players, right? It's like something where maybe they're just a little bit behind on it. You know, they're still making Allied Code Talker. No, never mind. They're still playing GWC. But like maybe they're just a little bit behind. Maybe they're lacking. Maybe they haven't noticed yet that there's a lot of people missing out on the registrations.
And then there's only one representative for that massive player base. So I just don't see how it's possible. And yes, this is honestly rather emotionally immature by me, and I do have a very poor mentality regarding this, but I am rather demoralized at the moment, and if I cannot attend or end up playing in a WCQ, then I'm probably going to take a break because I really have nothing to play for anymore.
I think that's understandable. I mean, I guess it's still be good if you just said like, you know, screw it, I'm still gonna play for the love of the game. But I do think that that is a natural thing to get a little demoralized over. I think it's somewhat understandable. But the video was good, and I hope you get a slot in your WCQ still if it's possible. Best of luck. And based takes on the OTG at the moment, looking good over there. I mean, I've been saying this, but we got more updates regarding that. Okay. Someone linked me this while we were watching that, and it seems like we have new cards from V-Jump Fall subscription bonus cards. So I think that's Jump promos, where we don't really have it's just the image from the thingy. But let's see if there's any good here. Dragonic Warrior. Dragon effect, fire level 4, attack 15, defense 1000. You can only use the effect of this card's name once per turn. You can discard a card, special summon a level 4 or lower dragon monster from your hand or deck except Dragonic Warrior, but its effects are negated. That's not a bad card, is it? That's not a bad card. That's potentially has uses. Not awful, not great into hand traps, of course. Not the worst. Maybe a starter for dragon decks. I don't know if they need that, but like, yeah, you know. Then we have Nuri Kabe, the Apparition. Zombie effect, Earth level 4. You can only use the effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is in your grave, except the turn it was sent there. This sentence, I hate this sentence on Yu-Gi-Oh cards. This sentence almost makes me immediately not interested in a card. Because I feel like the thing that has to be written on this card for it to be good needs to be insane. It needs to be insane if this is the sentence. I hate that sentence. You can pay 1,000 life points, then target one other zombie in your grave, special summon it and this card, but their effects are negated. Also banish them when they leave the field. Unironically, this card would not even be that good if you could do that immediately when it's sent to the grave. It'd probably make it an interesting card. It would probably make it an interesting card if it didn't have that. The fact that it does have that means it's unplayable in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Completely unplayable in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And then we have Einroid. Einroid, okay. Earth Machine. You can only use the effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you go, oh my god, that dude. If you asked me, hey Josh, what's another sentence similar to this sentence that makes you completely uninterested in a card, I probably would have come up with if this card is destroyed by battle in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I probably would have said, yeah, if it's destroyed by battle is up there too. That's also terrible. You can send 2 level 4 or lower machine monsters from your deck to the graveyard. Okay, I'm sure you can do crazy things. I'm sure you can do crazy things with foolishing 2 level 2 lower machines, but you're not going to go through the hassle of this. Okay, this card's irrelevant. This card's irrelevant. This card has some purpose, but it's probably also irrelevant. Not a great set of cards here for the V-Jump promos. I don't know what the logic behind that is. I don't know why, but okay. Joshy best friend, thank you for the 7 months. Good luck at Spanish Nationals. Okay, we have a little bit of time left. So we jump back into the Master Duel. We have just reached 1600, so let's see if we can climb further. Do you think Fiendsmith Control is a solid pick for helping new players learn the game right away and actually improve as duelists? I do think it's a good deck to teach you a lot of interactions. I do think maybe it might be a little bit focused on too many niche interactions. Yes, in some ways, but no in others, I think. Like there's some... Essentially, as a newer player with a deck like this one, I think you're going to miss a lot of small interactions and a lot of stuff that, like... you're going to make a mistake that only shows itself, like... I don't know, like 2 turns later or whatever, and you're not going to notice it and not really learn from it, but... I do think it's probably a good choice, yeah. But it might be a little bit too difficult in the long run. Here's the thing. If I bring back Engraver now... I lose Paradise setup on their turn. So I think I'm going to go Baldrake. I think I'm going to go pass here. I think I'm going to go Princess draw, summon Baldrake, have Necroquip as an available tribute, have Requiem for better follow-up and Paradise Interruption, and draw a card of Necroquip because I have Valor and Mourner. I think that's better. I think is better. Of course, it depends on the deck. If Caesar is insane against their deck, we might get punished, but... yeah, that's fine. Thank you for the subs, guys. I appreciate that. And sorry for the fried audio. Caesar is good against Memento. Caesar is good against Memento, yeah. But Baldrake is also solid against it. And, like, both banish and on field. I do think they have Called by the Grave. They were thinking about Called by the Graving the Requiem, I think. I still experience it a lot that people don't expect the Fiendsmith in Paradise on Master Duel. That happens to me frequently when I'm playing this deck. Okay, Ash is fine, I guess. Then I will Mourner your Tatsuno Toshigo. Okay, they have a chainable there. I mean, if it's anything in the vein of like Grand Breakout or Bone Party, I think we're good. Yeah, it's Breakout. That's fine. That's GG. Burn! They would have changed Bone Party. It wasn't. They hadn't activated the effect of the horse yet, so they wouldn't have had to. They wouldn't have had a reason to chain it. It was on summon with the Mourner and the Paradise. But yes, the Caesar, looking at their hand, the Caesar would have also done it. They call this the Sangan summoning. I stole that from chat. I thought that was funny. You add the max C and they leave. Is that easy sometimes? Are you watching the stream, Zodia? Because this is the third time today that we're playing out of like 10 games, which is not normally what happens. I'm just asking. Should have chained to play around Imperm. There's no way they hold Imperm in hand. That's just not a thing. They don't have Imperm. Could be Nib, I guess. I don't know. It's just the poorly played Nibiru in this case. Okay, Lacrima. Lacrima in hand. Dead Rolling Lockbird. If I go Lacrima, Revive Desiree. How many hours do you have in Master Duel? I have no idea. Exactly, no. No shot. Probably a lot. That sucks. That sucks bad. I hope Bestials are good against their deck because I can't really push. I mean, yeah. I can summon 2 Bestials. The Magna replaces it, and I can make like I don't play seals. I can make like M7, but that doesn't even. I could have had 3 Bestials in hand. It's basically. Looks like it's Snake Eye, which is still like not a great matchup for this deck. If they use the Millennium cards to pivot into Fiendsmith, then that is at least good for me. Is it really Snake Eye? It could be another deck, but yes, it's Snake Eye. Maybe I should have made the triple Bestial play. So that play was Magnamut Lurry, Druisworm Requiem, make M7. Oh, we live. Okay, cool. Wait, you don't continue? I guess you do lose a body if you continue. Fair. Don't you like playing Millennium yourself? Nah, I don't think it's good in Fiendsmith control. I think paying 4,000, you can no longer play optimally because you have to be so careful of everything. Oh my, Jesus Christ. Game state looks kind of bad. Oh, thank you for that expert analysis that opening 3 Tour Guide and Fable Lurry into Maxi Ash is not actually a good looking game state. That's very, very helpful. Yeah, I guess no matter how much fun you're having in Master Duel, all it takes is 2 Snake Eye opponents back to back, and your day is ruined. Dude, stupid ass Snakehead cards. Well, okay. We're gonna keep working on this deck because I think it's like I quite like the idea behind this. I think the more I'm playing today, the more Blue Eyes I see, the more Snake Eye Millennium, the more Branded Regain, the more I'm thinking of putting back Ghost Ogre into the deck. I did quite like the tour guides, except for that one game just now where we drew all 3. Other than that, it's been quite solid, I think, today. We did climb like 30 points. I don't know. We will continue tomorrow. And I thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. I'll send you guys somewhere. Let me see who's live. And then I wish you guys a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for watching. I'll send you guys over to Farfa. And hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the follows as usual. Appreciate your support. And